Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in. Hope you're all well. Time for another day of Decor madness. I'm just getting things all set up this morning. We've also got some remix to look at today. It might feel smart to go and have a poke around remix. It's the last phase of remix now. And there have been a few tweaks, a few changes. For some reason, they've taken the decision to increase the item level. Seems like it's such an odd thing to do at this point in remix, but sure, we'll investigate that in a little bit more detail later. I want to get a few of the auctions listed. I want to do a little bit of a tally up to see how much decor we sold yesterday as well, because I'm intrigued to see if we sold more yesterday than we did the day before, having mostly a whole day worth of relisting auctions where I wasn't necessarily buying stuff. So it'd be interesting to see the, to be fair, not profit, but revenue that we drove yesterday. That's on this account. We got to get this all up and running. Yeah, we're up to 22 realms now. I'm not convinced I'm going to go any further than 22 realms for Decor just now, as it seems this is if it's still a pretty risky time to be doing this. Prices are not what I would call stable. Interestingly, though, the value of the wood based on the regional sale average has not changed too much. Some of the really big ones, the Alemba lumber and the Shadow Moon lumber, have come down in value, similar in line with the others. I wonder if that's because I don't know, a few people have now got these custom price sources themselves. I did share these out on the Discord, by the way. Ignore the rest of the tooltip, but like for the purpose of trying to find out which lumber you should go and farm, you can see that today, or as of right now, the most valuable lumber to farm is the Alemba lumber, which, if I remember correct, is Outlands. Because, of course, that converts into WOD lumber as well. Shadow Moon lumber. They're both got pretty good sale prices. Makes change, nobody cares. Like, honestly, who even plays remix apart from copy pasting alts? Well, this is the thing. This is why bumping the item level and doing a bunch of stuff now. This is one of those I told you so moments, it feels like, though, because one of my biggest points about remix when we were testing it way back before it launched was like, phasing this is dumb. Like, if you put the last phase out whilst in the run up to Christmas and when everybody's messing around with housing, it's literally going to be a like, so then, it's people are just not going to care. It seems like such an odd thing to have done, but sure. Who have we got in this morning, though? Anyway, Chris, welcome in. Good morning. Helga, good morning to you. A1 Priest, good to see you, my man. It must be it must be a special day in history for you to be able to catch the stream. I know my streams are not particularly friendly to those on the other side of the pond. It's probably if you live over on Team NA, I imagine it's very, very early in the morning right now. And you've just rejoined the Twitch. I see. Good to see you. Welcome in. And Louis BM Hunter, good morning to you. Freya, good morning. Hope everybody's well this morning. It is reset day, which normally means we're like busy with doing reset day stuff, but housing doesn't really matter, does it? Genuinely, it's just like, oh, well, if the day ends in Y, we do some housing business. Vaults, yeah, I suppose it would probably be vaults under normal circumstances. If I had done anything that's even remotely close to actual endgame gameplay. Not today. Done cancelling? Oh, it's 11 o'clock. That means I don't need to do any cancels this morning. All my decor is going to have cancelled itself, which is lovely. Blessing of 12-hour listings. I need to do a little tally. Do I need to do a little tally, or do I just open the mailboxes and hope Journalator tracks it properly? We did 900,000 gold the day before yesterday, so I wonder if we can beat 900k overnight. Wonder if we can loot more than 900k gold today. Should we just blast through them and see? Just open mailboxes and go for it. 36,000 on Draenor. I mean, there's other little odds and ends here that don't really count. My listings on Draenor have like heavily decreased because I've just sent it all to realms where it might actually sell. I'm not finding there to be much value in trying to play the cancel scandal. Yeah, not to mention, look how much stuff is now just not posting on Draenor because it's just too cheap. Just too cheap. So we sack all of that off, put that in the war bank, somebody else can have a go. Done any research on the best time to post auctions? Not research, but sort of just from a I've done this for way too long kind of perspective. The evenings are always going to be better. Evenings are always going to be best. Like me posting them now means it's just got 11 a.m. Means it's kind of the worst time to post them, to be honest, because a 12-hour listing is then going to expire at 11 p.m. You know, I'm either going to have to cancel them or repost them late before I go to bed tonight. But yeah, what are we going to do? What we got in here? 55k? You don't need many sales to get like 50 to 100k worth of actual revenue, which is kind of quite nice though still. We should also, if Journalator is tracking this properly, be able to get a quick sort of 48-hour overview to what's selling and where. Interesting how a lot of it is being put back in the war bank, though. That's not good news. Ashes of Creation has a price tag, 50 quid. Yesterday, if I said it would be $50, yeah, 50 I can possibly think about. I can possibly think about getting on board if it's going to be 50 quid. I'm not sure. I'm still not decided. I actually have a busy weekend. You know, the run up to Christmas, all of a sudden you don't really get that many weekends. This weekend on Saturday, I'm taking the puppies to my in-laws for the day. We have just got Sulla, who is a boy dog, and my in-laws have 2 boy dogs, 2 boy Labradors. So we think it's smart that they get well acquainted and introduced as early as possible. So we're doing that on Saturday, so that Sulla finds his place in the pack. We're doing that on Saturday, and then Sunday I've got reserved for actually doing some Christmas shopping that I planned to do last weekend, and then all of my plans went in the bin because it was Independence Day, and then everything was closed. So I'm late. I've done no Christmas shopping yet, which is like literally terrible. 100k here though. I'll take 100k. Where are we? Agwen. I don't even know where that realm is, but we'll take 100k of sales. I'll do a few little bits and pieces. Get the rest of it thrown back on the auction house. To be fair, this is one of the realms where I've clearly got more stock than I have on others. What are we looking at here? We're looking at like 50 pieces of decor here. So 100k of sales is maybe not a very high percentage of everything, is it? Let's see what 100k actually translates to in like percentage terms of actual stock. Yeah, this is definitely one of the realms where I've got more stuff. We then go into here, filter by group, decor. Yeah, 3 million worth of stock. 3 mil worth of stock, and we only sold 100k. Percentage-wise, that's quite low. So although we did get some sales on this realm, it's clearly not the biggest realm for sales so far. Try the next one. You gotta be careful you don't get bamboozled by the fact that you made 100k. Crazy that it's almost Christmas. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna be honest, these last couple of months have just been a blur. Like, my birthday's in September, and it feels like yesterday it was my birthday. Um, like the last few months have just been just a haze. 70k over here. Oh, 54,000 gold from a Pandarian wall. Everything on this realm is going to expire in an hour as well. Bunch more stuff that's going in the war bank. There's a lot of stuff that over the last 24 hours has dipped below my threshold for listing it. Means we'll have plenty of stuff to redistribute, but maybe it's time to open up a new store. Ashes is too heavily PvP oriented for my taste. It's a great game in development. Monsters and Memories looks like a true successor of EverQuest 1. It might not be for the modern audience. I never played EverQuest. Even though, you know, World of Warcraft was quite heavily based off EverQuest. Pandarian Signal Brazier, 87,000 gold. Hello. Yoink. Take one of those. Another 100k. In all honesty, as far as MMOs are concerned, I've played like I'd say I never really played MMOs before I played WoW. So I was a bit of an MMO baby. Like prior to playing World of Warcraft, I was quite heavy into console gaming for a few years. I was in that sort of COD 4 genre. You know, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, where console gaming was kind of, you know, Xbox 360, that sort of era. Very heavy into console gaming back then. And before even that, I was always a PC gamer, but I was more into things like Age of Empires and stuff like that. Not really. At that point, it wasn't really any online stuff. WoW was really my first major sort of like online game, I guess. I suppose other than playing Call of Duty multiplayer, I guess, but I don't know, whatever. You know, you get my point. So I'm not that versed in like the MMO genre particularly. Another 72k, a Suramar containment cell, and a couple of other bits and bobs. Oh, come back. Where's me long boy? WoW came out pretty much as EverQuest 2 for dummies. Yeah, I remember when WoW first came out, it got kind of got bashed about a lot, didn't it, for being like cartoony and soft and what do you mean you don't lose XP when you die and, you know, all of this sort of stuff. I can't really remember why I started playing World of Warcraft. I think it correlated with me gaining well, the family. The family had acquired a new PC, and we also then had upgraded our internet. So I was like, well, maybe finally I can look at playing something like this. I don't know what I can't remember what the catalyst was for me to actually start playing World of Warcraft. I don't know. It was probably a recommendation or something of somebody. I never played the beta for WoW, like vanilla, like in its early development. I was not that early. I played in vanilla, but the tail end of vanilla. I don't think I even got a max level character in like original vanilla. Even though even though I did technically play in vanilla, I basically sort of don't feel as if I really started playing the game until Burning Crusade. Uh-huh. Absolutely nothing here. Oh, that's because it's Kazakh. We don't sell anything here. That's fine. Kazakh is around we buy shit on. Don't expect to sell anything here. It's too cheap. Come and pilfer Kazakh for all of its cheap stuff, but then we send it elsewhere. Once you turn 50, time flies by. I got to hit 40 first. Got to do 40 before I do 50. But I can imagine, yeah. Every year I think that every year Christmas surprises me more and more because it turns up faster and faster. Oh, we didn't sell a bean on this realm. 35 pieces of decor, didn't sell a single one. That's problematic. Does it total up to be much stock? Is it because it's competitive and we just weren't competitive enough, or is it because it's dead as a dodo? Uh, it feels pretty dead. It feels relatively dead. Okay, that's our first server where we didn't sell anything. From 40, one shit got real scary now. Now with 50, I feel like I should shop for a nice coffin already sometimes. Wow, sinister. That's dark. Jesus, line it up. It's Wednesday morning. Holy. Start coffin shopping. Bloody hell. I can sell you a nice Brill coffin and Brill coffin lid. Do mates rates. 88k over here across 5 different sales. 50k from a half hill cook pot. There we go. There's a Brill coffin. We've had like a few bits and pieces on most realms, but nothing has really stood out as like somebody's gone shopping, you know? So far, it just feels like people have been picking up the odds and ends. And clean out the scribe decor over on Darkspear. It's annoyingly cheap. Are you struggling to sell it? I think we're kind of crossing that bridge now. I think the people out there farming are starting to get a bit twitchy that maybe their stock is stacking up. And I think we might start to see some more aggressive undercutting on prices from on some things. Now, that's good and that's bad for me. It's good because it means if people do get a little bit aggressive with the undercuts, there's the opportunity to snag a few bargains. But it's bad because it can often trigger a bit of a snowball of crashing in prices. We've done 62k here, propped up by a single vase sale. I do kind of think I was a few days early setting up the cross realm flipping for all of this, which is why I've been quite aggressive with trying to keep on top of it so that, you know, keep the turnover of stock fast. The faster I can flip things, the less chance there is of like market swings like kicking me in the nuts. I don't mind if it takes us a few days before we even sniff profit, but I don't want to be sat on too much stuff if we're going to take a bit of a market crash. No, not shortfall to bags. That was the wrong button. Need the other button. That one. Put it all in the wall bank. Profit isn't looking so great on the 62k. There was what 10k of profit. I've been buying at 50% region sale average, and I've been selling at a minimum of 125. So anything that is selling is at least doubling the money. So if I take 62k, if I take 60k out of a mailbox, it probably only cost me 20 to buy it. 20 to 30 to buy it. And that's assuming that it sells somewhere near my minimum. So it's basically doubling my money. I'm still shooting for quite high margins on these flips. I was a little bit more, I was spending a little bit higher on the first day to really like stack up some inventory. So, but absolute worst case scenario, taking 60k out of a mailbox. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're getting better. Taking 60k out of a mailbox, worst case scenario, it cost me 40. Worst case scenario. This is better. 238k. Somebody's come and done some shopping here. We've got a Kyrian Anima barrel at 73k, 50k for an Ardenweald lamppost, 37 on a Suramar Jewels assortment, few cheap things at 10k, Tyrus Fallen campfire at 20k, and a Draenei transmitter at 28. That's a much better realm. But it's also, we had a bit of stock here by the looks of things. We had a wide selection. Still 29 items to be able to post here. So there was like what, six or seven sales in total from that out of 35. So actually quite a good percentage of what we posted sold. Need a few more realms like that if we can. I'm going to quick fire through these just to see what our sales were for the day. Then I might do a quick fire through them as well, just to see if there's any deals to be had on any of the realms. Not that I'm I don't have too much desire to be buying too much today. So I'm probably going to go and have a little bit of a look at Remix in a minute. See what's going on with that. While it's the morning and while Decor sales are not going to be too fruitful anyway. Didn't sell a bean on this realm, but we only seem to be posting a few things. As we get further down my realm list, I have less and less stock on a lot of the realms. Like, we're getting to the point where this is almost not worth bothering. Just too little stock. It also means I don't mind too much if we didn't sell any of it. Operations not letting you post 50% of the auctions. Prices have gone too low. Yeah, the bit on the bigger servers, I'm literally posting nothing. I mean, yeah, Twisting Nether again. Nothing's going to get listed here, really, is it? Twisting Nether was an odd one. Twisting Nether is a reasonably big realm, but it's right in the middle in terms of the fact that everything is relatively cheap on Twisting Nether, but nothing is so cheap that it's good enough to come here and hoover up a bunch of it. It's kind of like right in the middle. Once again, no sales on Twisting Nether, though. Very alliance heavy, I think, Twisting Nether. It's kind of second in running to Silvermoon, I think, if I remember right. Up there with Ravencrest. Okay, 50k here, only off 3 sales though. Then again, we only had 20 or so items listed. Doesn't sound like a lot, 3 sales, but when you've only listed 20 items, that's actually not that bad of a percentage of your stock selling per day. The difficulty I have at the moment is I have a lot of the same stuff. You can see my war bank here. I've got lots of the same things. And it's clear that what I've been able to buy on the cheap is arguably cheap for a reason, because it's also probably the stuff that's not selling quite as well. Meaning of 200 and I think it's 240 possible items of crafted decor. My inventory probably only covers like 40% of those. Love Ravencrest, you can sell your mother there. Really? I've surprisingly always heard reasonably good things about Ravencrest. It's odd that it's where the Alliance tend to go because if they don't want to go to Silvermoon. Why is this taking so long to load? Oh, there we go. Oh, BlackRock. Yeah, we don't sell anything on BlackRock. I mean, nothing to sell. In fact, I'm not even going to post that on BlackRock. Put it in the bank. BlackRock's a buy realm. I probably am going to need to relist all of my auctions on my other on my other accounts today as well. Might save that for later. Make sure that they've all properly expired. I think it's been 48 hours. 28k. Wow, one sale. Mechagon miniature artificial sun for 28k. Garona. Oh, was this the... Oh, yeah, this was the realm where I felt like I had a lot of stock and I felt like it was dead. This is one of the realms that actually, with only one sale on it, I'm very tempted to just take everything off it and move it somewhere else. Maybe we give it one more cycle. One more day. If we don't snag a few sales, might be time to remove the stock from this server and just call it done over here. Something about these seller names also screams, you know, just flipping characters as well. Yeah, 2.5 million at list price across 47 auctions. That's also probably going to work against me a little bit because, I mean, we've still got some 100k plus items here, which are always going to be tough to sell, but that's a realm to consider moving the stock off if it doesn't perform well in the next day or two. Or it's gonna be fun to see if we beat yesterday's 900k. That one realm again of like 240k is kind of holding up the fort, I think. 100k here, 27 items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 27 out of 34. It's a good percentage of the items selling. Nothing big though. One Gilnean postbox for 30k. Everything else is like 10 to 15k. These are just cheeky. Probably bought them for 4 or 5k. Double your money on them. Move on situation. It quickly adds up. Surprisingly, they went up a bit with housing. I assume role players need more outfits. Or there's just less people posting their mogs because they're too busy doing other things. Meaning auctions are expiring and prices are going up because of that. I certainly wouldn't imagine that prices are going up because it's a demand thing. I would think it's just a lesser supply thing. Ravencrest is actually a very interesting server. It used to be the most endgame focused amongst the Alliance realms, both for PvE and PvP. Yeah, it always felt weird that Silvermoon was significantly bigger, but Silvermoon there was a few like raiding guilds, but that was it. It wasn't much for the end game stuff, which was why it got a very casual, friendly kind of vibe about it. 40k from here, only 2 sales though. A lot of stuff that didn't get listed here. Warbank is starting to fill up with goodies. This is weird because it kind of feels as if we're not really getting much gold from any of these realms, but you know, 40k here, 50k there, 100k here, 100k there. It will probably add up by the time you've done it on 22 realms. How does a raiding guild like Echo on Tower Mill really affect the realm's economy in general? It used to make a much bigger difference than it does now. It used to make a huge difference before everything was region-wide. It used to make a massive difference because having a really big guild on it would bring other guilds to that realm. And wherever you had a big raiding guild, you could always guarantee that there'd like be monster trade on flasks and consumables and stuff like that. Throughout the tail end of Shadowlands, I was on Tower and Mill almost as like my main realm. I used to be on Sylvanas, which was Alliance focused, and at the time, quite medium populated. I was able to pretty much, you know, almost own the Shadowlands legendary market back on Shadowlands on that realm. Towards the end of Shadowlands, I moved to Tower and Mill, and then did most of my actual goal making on Tower and Mill before Dragonflight turned up, where I then moved on to Draenor and where I still am. But Tower Mill's economy was always pretty bustling, and it's arguably because a big name like Echo being there, either it brings a lot of endgame players to that realm, or people just like, oh, Echo's on Tower Mill, I'll make my character on Tower Mill too. You know, it's the sort of the sheep mentality a little bit. People following the herd. There's now a realm that is basically almost dead, to my understanding, Xavius, which Method was on once upon a time. I think they moved there deliberately because it was quiet, but it then got busy because Method was there. Then Method moved on, and then the realm died again. So there's definitely a big name guild on a server. Definitely helps the economy on it as well. Right, what's this? 3 more realms to quickly harvest, and then hopefully Journalator will give me a total number. Whilst it's been tracking it all properly. Oh, damn, only 17k. Some of these realms are definitely doing better than others. Flipping everybody's making characters called IKEA. Sod off. How original. IKEA, IKB, IKC. 20k. Not much stock though. I don't think we're gonna open any more big mailboxes, you know. I think we might be towards the tail end of the big numbers. There's only one realm to go. Frustratingly large amount of stock has gone back in the war bank. Yeah, greed fuel, last realm. Already blasted through my coffee this morning. It could be a 2 coffee day, you know. Could be a 2 coffee day today. Not gonna do my insides any good. I think I need the caffeine. There's only 2 dogs with me in the studio today. Alma and Solo, the puppies, are with me today. The older dogs are in the main house. Oh, not a bean sold here. Also not a lot listed though, so could easily have just been unlucky. Right, we need Journalator to give us a sum total then. Right, question is in the last 24 hours, have we done more or less than 900k? More or less. Last day. 2.2 mil in? Oh, wait, hang on. That's going to be taking into consideration all of yesterday's as well. Can I do just the last hour? 1.118 mil. Okay, so we did technically sell more on day 2 than we did on day 1 of setting this up, which is a step in the right direction. We did technically sell more. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So our revenue, at least, is moving in the right direction, which is up. Can we go? Oh, it even has sale rate numbers. That's interesting. God, Journalator tracks a lot more than I realized. Isn't there a way to view it like by characters or something? By character, there we go. This will then give me an indication to, and if we do just the last week, we'll get the different realms. So you can see there are a couple of realms where we clearly buy shit from. Draenor has been the realm that I've bought most of my stock from, but was also a realm that we were selling a lot of stuff on in the first few days, which is why it's got good sales on Draenor as well. Kazakh has been Kazakh, Blackrock, Antonitis has actually been a bit 50-50. We've both sold stuff there and we've bought stuff. Ajol Narub is about the same. We've bought twice as much as we've sold there, but at least there's two things happening. Twisting Nether, like I said earlier, never sell anything on Twisting Nether, but have bought a bit of stock from there. Why does Greed Fuel not... Oh, Greed Fuel is this realm. So Cthulhu has been mostly a buy realm for me, along with Sanguino. Sanguino's a big Spanish realm. Been big places to come along and buy stuff. But the thing probably people want to know is where have we been selling our stuff? Now, this is going to shoot me in the foot because it's going to attract competition. But obviously, Draenor has been our biggest selling realm so far. Olinthas Pardas, flipping no idea. Drekthar, Antonidas, Emerald Dream. Hang on, somebody literally said Emerald Dream. Have you recently visited Emerald Dream? Yes, I have. Many mobs are 80 now. Malfurion, we've sold a bit on. Deathwing, Dialdor, Alakir. I mean, the numbers aren't huge yet, right? Obviously, numbers aren't huge. I'm still technically in the red by... we've lost 1 million gold so far. 2.8 million sales. 2.8 million sales, but I've spent 3.8. So I'm still technically in the hole. Nothing on Silvermoon. Silvermoon, I don't have characters. I'm only doing 20 servers right now. My Silvermoon characters are on another account. Draenor always seems to have the lowest Decor prices. Yeah, it's pretty low right now. Decor, Kazakh have got some pretty cheap prices on most things. So we're technically still in the hole on this adventure, but we're only 2 days in, right? You don't set up a business and turn a profit in 5 seconds. So yeah, only 20 servers. What a scrub. Is there an easy way or add-on that shows you where you have mail, or do you really have to hop between them all? Yeah, you just have to hop between them all. I mean, if you're doing a multi-realm thing, you want to be checking every server every day anyway. Otherwise, you're not really doing a multi-realm thing, are you? Draenor's the most populated on EU. It's one of its top 5. But we are getting there. We are getting there at least. You know, arguably, if I just didn't buy anything today and just sold, I would probably break even today. We've been doing the best part of 1 million gold of sales a day. So another 1 million gold of sales would put us right on break even, meaning from that point on, any of our stock has basically all been paid for. But we do need to spend some gold. Now I should probably spend about 500,000 gold on cheap stuff if I can find it. Or I might just fly through these and run a quick sniper scan on the 20 realms just to see if there's any goodies. We're on Draenor right now, so it wouldn't surprise me too much if stuff pops up. Bookcases. We don't have many bookcases. We can distribute those through. Okay. Very quickly fire through these and do a sniper scan on each one. Arguably, I should have done the sniper scan whilst I relisted the auctions. But my load screens are not too long on these characters all the same. I'm to Thrall, buy everything off Rabenfell. I hear he has the best prices. Damn tapestries. I've got a fair few of these already. I'm not too interested in buying too many more of these. I'm not even sure I've had great success selling these as it stands. Yeah, I've not broke even on these tapestries yet. Bought a bunch of them and I've only actually sold one. Price wise though, 10k is not bad. Maybe I'll have a few more. Off to do some Crimbo shopping. Have a great stream. Enjoy it, Sensi. Enjoy it. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Did you see the Blizz post about housing? They've made it easier to place houses in the air and they've increased the item limit by 25%. W Blizzard. They need a few dubs. They take too many L's. They've clearly seen a few people setting, putting their house in the air. So they're like, sure, we'll just let people do that properly. Nothing here. Hang on, what buttons am I pressing? Not the right ones. I'm literally going to spend most time sat looking at a loading screen for the next 10 minutes, but luckily the scan takes a matter of seconds. Getting a lot of reload TSM errors. How do I get rid of it? Wait. There's a few bugs in TSM at the moment. Both, there's a few decor items that are causing like hard TSM crashes. You just got to wait till TSM updates the add-on. You can quite easily figure out which items are causing it to crash, though. So maybe just steer clear of those items if you can. And if you figure out exactly which items it is that when you hover over is causing a crash, then drop it in the TSM support channel so they know and they'll get them fixed. Where are we now? Kazakh. We might spend some money here. Shatrath lampposts. We'll have some of these. How many was that? 11 lampposts. Shatrath sconce. We don't have many of these either. Expedition tents. These are another one that we've not seen many of before. Damn, those flipping tapestries. I got too many of these now. I need to sell a few more before I buy any more. Vases, 8k a pop. think I sold a few of those vases. I don't think I want any more tapestries though. Right, that's Kazakh cleaned out. Got to find homes for all this decor in a minute as well. I've just realised I don't think there's any game sound on here. Where are we now? Drekthar. This realm's been pretty quiet. Nothing like opening a freshly opened new bag of coffee. Love it. Wow, that English. Sorry, it's all good. Yeah, new bag of coffee smell is delightful. I'm gonna have to go make another coffee, I think. Post boxes. There's gonna come a day where these post boxes are gonna be interactable. 8 of these post boxes already, and a few of them already in the war bank. I wonder if I've actually sold any of them. Wait, why can't I? $117 out and 69 in on the post boxes. Sold a couple of them. I'll have a couple more if they're cheap. Oh, there was only one that was actually cheap. What did I buy them for? What have I been buying them for? As high as 16, as low as 10. Alright, I'm not going to overpay for them then. Oh shit, we sold something. Twilight Fire Canister, 28k. Oh, that should have gone into tomorrow's sales, but I was too quick to press the button. How are we doing, Lady Daisy? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Deathwing Realm. Nothing happening on Deathwing. It's actually possible to make gold by crafting armor and just disenchanting it in BFA. Is it really? Is BFA dust gone to the moon or something because of Decor? Greetings, and oh boy, do I have something to show you. Oh, welcome in, Mikey. You always turn up with treats. Mikey turns up with a box of donuts. Also known as a box of exploits half the time, but always interesting. We've sold a bunch of stuff on this realm, but nothing to buy. I do apologise for anybody that's got me on their friends list, because I log in and out of characters so goddamn fast. It's probably bing, 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 bing. Feel free to unfriend me if that's the case. A dumpling stack. Do we want some dumpling stacks? Don't have any of these in stock at the moment. Oof, there was only one on the cheap though. I'll have one dumpling stack on the cheap then. Ah, now I've got to loot it first. Vendoring items in Midnight Beta ETI has been heavily gutted, evidenced via Discord DMs. Seven copper. It's not surprising, Mikey. It's not surprising. It fits the bill. It fits with... It fits in line very nicely with the... Oh, hello. Where we go? We're going on there. Oh, Twisting Nether. We might be buying some stuff on Twisting Nether. Fits in line very nicely with the change to loot drops. Clear as day that Blizzard are doing something behind the scenes to limit that. This is interesting. These are new items that I haven't had any in stock of so far. Spent for nearly 100k there.
Well,
but the fun thing is it's new items. Or items that haven't been so cheap so far. Romy Time is now dead. Is dead now, sadly. For people a little bit confused about what I'm talking about here, one of the biggest bot farming exploits in the game for years now has been abusing Chromie Time to jack up the item level of mob drops and quest rewards so high that they then have ludicrously high vendor values as well. And what bots were doing is basically hyperspawn killing mobs hidden away in Chromie Time, where your average level, max level character is never going to see them, and were basically printing tens, if not hundreds of thousands of gold an hour doing it. And that was all inflationary gold. It was all brand new gold that was being created. One of the changes to how loot drops in 10.1, 11.1, sorry, was to limit the amount of BOEs that would drop once you were killing mobs for a while. Team Student Farmer was, you know, in uproar because it was also affecting material drops and stuff as well. It kind of looks like over the months they've gone back in and they've kind of adjusted the loot tables to make sure materials still sort of drop, not unanimously across the board, but BOEs tend to stop dropping incredibly quickly. Mikey's also been doing a little bit of research, and it appears to be that Chromie Time vendor values on gear has also been gutted, clearly to prevent as much of this bot farm activity as possible, which is good for the overall economy. Does mean the value of the stuff you pick up whilst leveling toons is basically in the bin, though. Rip the cultist camp in Silithus. Yeah, pretty much. Lately, I've been hearing about exploiting the lore walkings even better. Yeah, people are finding ways to get out of the, you know, zones that they were in before. Leveling like via Chromie Time and was actually, believe it or not, there was some interesting ways to actually make gold legitimately. You could level a character and also make like a sizable amount of gold, and it didn't take you too long to do it. Now, I can't imagine there was many people really that were doing that, but it's still a thing. Okay, nothing on this realm. This Garona realm, I really need to consider moving off. It's a very underperforming store. But there's quite a few of the older shuffles and crafts that are doing bits now, with most of the decor crafters blindly buying all and just focusing on that. Probably, yeah, if you, like any of the old school shuffles to get certain materials are probably doing reasonably well. Like they say, in a gold rush, sell shovels. Enjoy leveling via chromie time. Not only one-shotting grey mobs, it was a nice bonus that the loot sold at a relative price to my level. For example, item like 63. Yeah. Scaling has always led. The scaling system and chromie time in general has been probably one of the most exploited systems that they've ever added to the game, ever. I mean, if anybody ever watches Archvalder on YouTube, you'll know he sings Chromie Time's praises for just being exploit heaven. Because whenever you let a system scale based upon some random rules and you don't verify or double check anything, odd things are going to happen. And those that do the verification and those that do the checking often stumble across things that are just completely busted. And then for as long as they stay relatively underground, they just get abused. Blizzarius, with 3 Z's. Welcome in.
How may I aid you?
Two more realms to check for deals. Tempted to jump on to the other accounts and check some of the other big boy realms deals. I'm trying to keep it all to the one account though, because then it's easier to track all the numbers for it. And I think I've already bought enough, if I'm honest. How long have we been live for? An hour. If I can get all of my decor stuff done before the 2-hour mark, we can go and have a poke around remix today as well. I'm not going to be doing any farming of lumber. I think I'm pretty much done with farming lumber. I'll leave that in the hands of people that thoroughly enjoy it. I'm having far more fun hunting down deals and distributing the pre-crafted stuff. Right, that's all the goodies bought. Let's see if we can get any of these goodies redistributed on the auction house. Pretty much done with trying to sell any decor at all. It's definitely starting to stack up, yeah. I mean, already yesterday, and even the day before that, to be honest. Short of that, on the bigger servers, if you are not just consistently smashing your face against the keyboard trying to keep your auctions top of the or front of the queue, you're very quickly gonna start really struggling actually sell anything. Oh, what's crashed it? Don't crash my wallbank, please. Beta's also had some stuff added, nothing too major, but you don't need to skin high-value beasts for your weekly knowledge. There's some catch-up knowledge too. That's good to know. It's crashed me flipping. Do a reload.
Greetings. Be careful.
Right, we need to sort this. And it should work. One of the items is causing it to go bananas. Undercutting is a plague. I log in the character every 10 minutes and can do most of the 30 I have left again.
Hail.
It is the way you get stuff sold, though.
Go in peace.
Chances are most of this won't actually get listed, though. Draenor is starting to get... Not a single one of these things is going up on the auction house. Yeah, Draenor's starting to get cheap. If you want cheap, if you need cheap decor, boys and girls, try Draenor. I'm seeing little to no success listing anything on Draenor. All going back in the war bank. Made enough gold since last Wednesday for the Bruto, so I'm happy. Yeah, that's going to be most people's challenge, I think. Either getting the Bruto or doing enough to get the Midnight expansion pre-ordered. That's probably what most people are after, I would guess. And we might see a lot of people dip out the market. Like, it could be quite funny. Like, some people just, you know, they just have enough, whether it be farming or then trying to cancel scan to sell the stuff. Some people just have enough and they just, one day they just stop, just flat stop. You kind of notice these weird spikes in volume of stuff occasionally when, you know, clearly it gets to a point where people just like, I've had enough, I'm done. Am I on the wrong Longboy? No, somebody on the OG Longboy threw me. Always confused on why WoW players have this urge to treat new players badly. A guy I was asking in trade chat how to craft dyes and got only insults. Then he said he was new and sorry for asking. And people start saying, don't cry now. I mean, if you are going to show weakness on the internet, you're going to get jumped on, aren't you?
Goodbye.
It shouldn't be a thing, but it is a thing. Unfortunately, a lot of people who live on the internet are not particularly nice people.
Well met.
Ah, flipping hell. The warbank's crashing out.
Be careful.
I don't need this problem every realm. It was nice to craft with a bit, with some purpose at least. I gave up on it since Dragonflight. I have to agree. Whilst I'm not so much for the farming, I do like the fact that, you know, even if it's only temporary, crafting did feel like it had a bit of a purpose again. But I mean, it's kind of quite a clever system. Now, I don't want Blizzard to take too much notes from this. I don't want Blizzard to think that they can slap a bunch of soulbound materials on every craft going forward. But it's quite a smart system that it's not just one soulbound material, it's 11. And the way you get them is by spending time in each of the past 11 expansions. It's kind of, whilst it's absolutely 100% not bot-proof, I know a lot of people have been saying that, oh, this is good, it'll prevent bot. It's not going to prevent them, it just adds an extra couple of steps that they have to do, right? Still not going to stop people from botting the lumber. But what will then happen is they will then log on, actually be a real character, craft with all of that lumber, and then probably bot cancel scan it on the auction house the other end. It just puts a roadblock in bots being able to do it. So it's not perfect from that sense, but it gets people into different zones. It spreads people out a bit. It's really revitalized every single material and every single profession that's ever existed, even if, like I said, it may only be temporary. It's been quite good so far. It will go in the same direction that all crafting eventually goes. It will go to a point where your time spent, you know, the time that needs to be spent on it will not return enough gold for most players to consider it worth doing. As everything slowly but surely falls into that category.
Greetings.
But at least for some duration of time, there'll still be value in collecting the lumber. Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. Good.
Go in peace.
This has actually been a reasonably good realm for sales as well, so I don't mind a lot of this stock going in here.
Hail.
You should add more crafted decor every patch, in my opinion. I do hope it's kind of like on their, you know, on their whiteboard of like when they do add more decor into the game that they still continue to consider crafting. I think it would be nice if, you know, every time we had a wave of new decor that some of it is crafted.
Greetings, traveler.
I would definitely like to see that. Because what you'll find is the 240-ish items I think it is right now, you know, people will craft a bunch of those, people will buy a bunch of those, people will saturate the market on those. It'll be nice to have a new wave of like 25 crafted decor pieces every patch or something, that be a new wave of stuff to craft and sell. Would like sort of, you know, once again you'd have that period of high profitability with them until they saturate and, you know, people are done buying them and whatever. And there'll still be a touch of evergreen nature about all of the previous stuff. So I think it's I hope it's not this is crafted decor, draw a line under it, done. I do hope that they continue to add. And I know this is probably slightly controversial, but I'd like to see some more difficult ways to get the recipes. This first batch of 240 items being just every single recipe was just buy it from a vendor, buy it from the trainer. I would like to see some more creative ways to get the recipes,
How may I aid you?
because then that would actually mean that there'd be a lesser quantity of crafters for some of the decor pieces. And maybe, you know, give actually a little bit of gameplay into collecting the recipes. Would be really fun if we got a knack style thing for some cool items. I mean, don't think we need the gamba aspect of it so much. Because Nax was, the lamented pieces were real gamba. But, you know, play the law of averages, you figured that one out. But even if it was just go and run some dungeons and kill some old bosses for the recipes to drop. I mean, they've already, no, that was the wrong button. They've already, you know, they've already attached decor in its end form to a whole bunch of old stuff. There's no reason, instead of putting the decor there, they couldn't just put the crafting recipe there as well. They've got lots of opportunities, haven't they? They've got lots of opportunity here because it's new, it's shiny. Not since Transmog have we really had a new collectible category. You know, pets and mounts and toys and stuff have been in the game forever. Transmog was a thing before Transmog was even a thing. You just had to equip the piece with the appearance that you wanted. Did mean you weren't able to do any form of combat or anything with your Transmog on. Even before they made it an account-wide proper thing, Transmog was a thing. Now that they've added decor, they can flex their creative, you know, do fancy stuff with it, maybe. Start, I would have even better, more niches for items that not everybody can craft yet. I'd see some old world raid tied recipes, that'd be cool. Yeah, I've always enjoyed there being interesting ways to get the recipes. More than anything though, and this is something I've also said for years, there only ever being one way of getting a thing sometimes gets a little frustrating for me. I would often like there to be multiple ways in which to get recipes. For example, sure, slap them on a trainer. Once you've skilled up a certain point, slap them on a trainer, but then have them cost a ludicrous amount of gold to buy from the trainer. So you've got the option there to, well, if you want to buy the recipe and you want the recipe day one, you can buy it off the vendor, but it's like 100k, like a really high amount of gold to buy the recipes just straight from a vendor. Or the alternative to that is make them BOE. So the recipes that can be farmed from a raid boss or something can then be put on the auction house. And then also make them hard to get. That they hold a value. You either can farm for them and get it, or you can just buy it off the auction house, that sort of thing. But a little bit more along those lines. To put it simply, I like there being multiple different ways which you can go out and get something. You've got time. If you've got lots of time on your hands but no gold, you can go farm for stuff. And if you don't have much time on your hands but you do have a lot of gold, then maybe you can pick things up from the auction house in before people complain about pay to win. But gold and the tokens here to stay, unfortunately. That's not going away. We should just embrace it.
Greetings.
Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Clearly certain items that... Okay, that's fine.
Goodbye.
A lot of people are just crafting for themselves. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I see lots of people that are farming the lumber just to craft for themselves. And that makes sense because people look at the prices. Shatrath lamppost, 100,000 gold. People see the prices and are like, there's absolutely no way I'm paying that when I can go out and farm the lumber myself. And in that scenario, then it is of more value for them to go and farm it themselves.
Greetings.
This is where I do like the fact that, you know, this is what the economy in WoW does. Things are, historically, more expensive when you buy them off the auction house. Because you're paying that convenience tax. Somebody has already put the time and the effort in to get the stuff needed to make that thing. Potentially somebody else has then also spent the time and the effort to buy those materials off player one and then to craft something. And then you've got the third layer of players like myself, that are buying it all from the cheap realms, distributing it out to the smaller realms, where often there isn't actually anybody else posting there as well. So, you know, each part of the chain is doing its part, all to make it so that somebody can just stroll along and buy something straight out of an auction house if they need. People consider farming the lumber the hard part. If they had to go the extra mile for the recipe as well, there'd be riots. Then let there be riots, honestly. Then let there be riots. It's an MMO. It's an MMO. The economy in an MMO is one of the most vital things that actually... It's the glue that holds it all together. Partly one of the reasons why I've always fought against, like, soulbound materials and stuff in the past. That it takes out a big link in the chain in a lot of cases. But I'm more willing to give them the pass on lumber being warbound simply because they've gone the extra mile to, like... They've done it for a good reason, rather than it just being an annoyance. The good reason being is it's getting people out into all aspects of the world again, and it's revitalized 20 years of past crafting professions. So there's a definite upside to it there. I'm trying the point blank sniper. Is it normal that it stops after one result? How can you tell it to not stop? It's not normal that it stops after one result. It might be a setting in there somewhere. It doesn't do that for me. I don't use it all that much, so I certainly don't know it as well as I know add-ons like TSM or something. It might be a settings thing in there somewhere.
Well met.
Still a lot of stock in the wall bank here. Hope I don't get all the way through these characters and still have that amount of stock, but... Seen more people in Northrend Dalaran yesterday than in Okramar some days. This is it. It's getting people out there. It's like I said, it may only be temporary, but it's at least making the world of Warcraft feel worldly, which is kind of quite cool.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Blizzard have always been really, really careful, most expansions, They've always been really, really careful to make sure that they cram as many people as they possibly can into like a capital city area in fear of the place not feeling busy.
Traveler.
Whereas if they actually use their brain and gave people a good legitimate reason to be in different areas, then people would be in different areas. Partly the reason why all of the past zones and expansions feel dead is because once you supersede that content, there is absolutely no reason to be there anymore. I'm still somewhat surprised, although it would probably end up being a bit of a nightmare to implement this. I'm a little bit surprised that they've never used the scaling tech to like bring up the item level, to bring up the level of all of the old stuff. Even if they did it like an expansion at a time sort of thing. Like, why is Legion not an level 80 zone? Like, I know there's probably pros and cons to that argument, but there's part of me that wonders if this lumber farming thing and the decor collecting is going to showcase to Blizzard that give people a good reason to go back to this old stuff, and they absolutely will. And when you got a 20-year back catalogue of content, why the hell are they not, like, incentivizing, giving good reason? Incentivizing is the wrong word. Producing content that makes players want to go back to this old stuff. Incentivizing is the wrong word. Incentivizing is putting a big shiny carrot on the end of the stick, which is often, I feel, more misleading and engagement bait focused. Legitimate reason for players to go back and explore the past content would go down very well. It stopped because I had a very low threshold. Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. We'll only show you one result if there is only one result. Doing it manually, interested in automating it with TSM. Could you explain your way of doing it, since it includes lumber to make it's a bit more complicated? Well, the first, there's TSM can help you with different aspects of it. TSM can either help you with crafting the decor in the first place, and it can also very much supplement your ability to then post it and sell it. They're kind of considered two aspects. Is there one that you're looking to use TSM more for? I'm happy to give, 30-second overviews to all of it, but
Greetings, traveler.
TSM, when used correctly, can definitely be very powerful. Had one lazy guildie complaining about housing prices, meanwhile sitting in Donegal. Yeah, well, if it's too expensive on the auction house for you, haul your ass out there and farm up some lumber. Even if you don't have the professions, you can put in a work order. If you, it's the I tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas argument.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Loved Crystal Song Forest. Was nice to collect some lumber there for a couple of hours. Haven't been there for years. Lots of cool zones in this game. Huge amounts of cool zones. Players don't even know they exist. And you tell somebody to make a work order and you supply the lumber. If you put in a public order, the person placing the order has to provide the lumber. If it's a personal work order, the crafter can use their lumber. Uses the same rules as... Uses the exact same rules as any other work order. Personal orders, it's up to the 2 individuals to decide who provides what. I genuinely do think as well, once the value of the lumber starts to dip enough, the players that have farmed up might turn more to, instead of taking the... Because if you craft with your own lumber, you then are also signing yourself up for having to play the cancel scan game as well. An avenue of gameplay that is so gross to some people they will do nearly anything to avoid it. So you might find a lot of the farmers start switching to straight up just farming a whole bunch of lumber and then advertising that they will sell their lumber for, you know, however much per piece via work orders. Not a route that many players have explored yet, but it's because lumber is so valuable in the first place. If you start saying you'll charge 500 gold for a piece of lumber, you might get people laughing in your face. Even though that's what the auction house side of stuff is being priced at.
Greetings, traveler.
Remix, Orthos, the scrapper guy, now sells the empowered memento things. Are the epoch mementos, aren't they the things that when you... Epoch mementos, are they the ones that give you 1% every time you use them? We're going to have a look at Remix in a bit. I just want to get...
Well met.
want to make sure that we've got as much of this decor listed in as many places as possible.
Be careful.
Before I move on. Because it's not going to sell if it's sat in my war bank. Is factual. That I can guarantee.
Go in peace.
Wait, why is it not logging out? Why is me log out macro not work on that dude? I've been in combat or something. I was thinking about a possibility of offering a bundle with all 200 or so crafted decor items, but not even sure how to price it. I mean, that would be an interesting way of doing things. You would... Yeah, I have no idea how you go about pricing it. Because you would want to... You're doing something like that, you are going to want to maybe... You're going to want to be able to buy the items that are reasonably... You're going to put in a lot of effort to collate 240 items. Now that effort is going to cost you something in terms of time. These are the kind of... This is the kind of shenanigans people start coming up with once the value of the lumber just dips. The point right now is that when you can charge 300, 400, 500 gold per piece of lumber, there's no point doing anything else other than farming it, crafting it, cancel scanning it. It's just not valuable enough to try any other route, really. But when we start to see like 200 gold for a piece of lumber being the average price, then there's more room for you to be a little bit more creative with how you sell it to people. But at the moment, the time and effort involved in doing that is probably not going to really see you any more success than just going out and farming it. That's the thing. Sometimes the right answer is to do the thing that's obvious. The NA realms, the primals are going up. Water was 380, it's now 600. 600 to 800 mana was 400, now 800. Fire was 600, now 800. Yeah, people are resetting them every day. It's risky business because, well, any sort of flip is always risky business, but pick your poison. Shortfall to bags, is that literally the only thing to move? 2 items? Oh yeah, because this is the stupid realm where we've literally got everything for sale and nothing sells. Haha, he says. Lockmadan bearskin rug has sold. Been buying these for like 3k a piece. Not the most incredible flip ever seen, but a flip none the same. Just thinking with having the flipping setup, it's easier to use that. I mean, maybe. People in the past have sold, like, profession kits, for example. All the materials needed to level a profession, along with a notepad written guide on exactly how to do it with those materials. Now, people have done this sort of stuff before. Basically just doing what WoW Professions does without actually telling people to go do WoW Professions, right? Back in the day when we didn't have region-wide auction house, you could actually make some serious money with that because the value of materials in different places was wildly different. It's not really been something people have done for a long time, but it's kind of funny since work orders, people have been more thinking about more sort of customer service ways of making gold. What service can I offer that isn't being offered? It's a good thought experiment, even if you don't end up doing it. $50 stream streak for Kahani, by the way. Good effort with that. Number going up. Corium's been steady, just shy of 800 the past few days. Well, interestingly, there's lots of people in Outland farming the lumber. Now, if you're clever, you're flying around on a miner, and you'll be picking up the Corium ore as and when you see it. You're not going to stop for most of the ore, but, you know, something shiny. Corium ore does not exist. It's an illusion. I think Black Lotus hit 3k last night. Whew. I see me the ball. I don't even know how you farm that stuff. I don't even know if it is possible to farm that stuff. I'm sure somebody cleverer than me will tell people, but to be honest, at the moment they're probably keeping it to themselves, even if they do know. I've not looked, but I've wondered if the Worth It add-on would showcase some interesting farms at the moment. You know, outside the box thinking here. I mean, with every single flipping herb being valued at like 8 gold all of a sudden, there's got to be some farms out there that all of a sudden were, you know, 5 to 10k an hour, 5 to 10k an hour that are now like 25 to 30k an hour all of a sudden. Which, if you just want to completely ignore anything to do with lumber and decor crafting and the cancel scanning that comes along with it, all of a sudden maybe 30k an hour by just picking up some old ass herbs starts to be quite attractive to some people. Ran around Silithus for 20 minutes, saw one, clicked it, and it despawned. Oh no. Oh, the Black Lotus, is it that painful to get, is it?
Greetings, traveler.
Ouch. love to know what to be able to craft since they're items that require 50 lumber and 5. How... I'm going to sense you're relatively new to TSM. I would... In the Discord, I'd hop in the Discord. There are some custom price sources that show you what you can be valuing the lumber at based upon what's selling. So when I hover over an item, right, ignore half of the tooltip there, the top section where it says custom source. You can view what an estimated value for each piece of lumber. These will give you an indication to maybe what lumber you should go out and farm with in the first place. And once you've got yourself a handful of lumber, then if you are, you know, just starting, pick a profession and just craft a few of the things with that lumber, and just try and keep a few. Just get comfortable with the ins and outs of TSM first before you try and do anything stupidly crazy. But yeah, use the custom to make a custom price source in TSM, for example. You go into settings and custom sources, then you can add new source and just name it something and paste in the code that is in the Discord. And then you'll be able to see the values of these. You need to go into tooltip settings actually as well. Tooltip settings, and then view the source in your tooltips so that you can hover over an item then. And these are just like little calculations I've done to try and help people put a value to each of the different lumbers, so you know what to farm and maybe what not to farm. Dornic lumber, for example, is the absolute cheapest lumber right now. And ironwood lumber, which is the vanilla lumber, is not far behind either. So maybe they're two zones that are probably not worth farming. You're not going to get much gold for your hour spent farming there, or at least relative to the others. Once you know, and then once you've got some prices for your lumber, it's easier to work out what you might want to then craft and what you might want to not craft. But the best way to start is just to craft, you know, farm up a bunch of lumber, craft as many things as you can with that lumber, and then get to trying to sell them. But yeah, there's some TSM groups, and those custom price sources are linked in the Housing and Decor channel on Discord. It's under the midnight section for now, but yeah, Trade Tool Master's a lot like Weak Auras in terms of the fact that it can be as complicated or as easy as you want it to be. When you start using it, maybe just copy the hard work of somebody else, then slowly figure out how it works, and then you can start doing your own things with it.
Well met. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
But the number one thing to remember is that Trade School Master doesn't make the gold for you. It just allows you to do repetitive tasks in a more easy fashion by telling it ahead of time how you want it to do those tasks, or how you would want to do those tasks repeatedly. So this is why you build groups, and then you put operations on the items in those groups, so that you can say, right, everything in this group I want to craft one of, and I only want to craft it when it's 100 gold profit in it or something. But those rules you use every time. Those rules may not particularly change, but it's a repetitive action that you know, TSM can then help you speed up.
Greetings, traveler.
But it's not a, you know, download this add-on, press a button, and it makes gold. You still got to... No, it's a tool in your toolbox to just help you do things a bit more efficiently. Right, 2 more realms. Frustratingly, I've got quite a lot of lumber quite a lot of decor stuff still in the war bank, which means I've struggled to find realms to put these items on. The Wowhead Decor database has changed the expansion filter to expansion aesthetic. Okay. We'll use them to start decorating soon. I don't know. What have we still got on our war bank that I've not been able to find homes for? Got a bunch of these fountains. I got clearly too many of these fountains. I'm going to take a loss on some of those, I reckon. Flipping elk plushies. These goddamn sons of bitches. While I have sold a few of them, I've definitely bought too many of them. We've got a few beds, couple of rugs. Way too many Nerubian Alchemist thingy-mabobs. I basically bought them for free, so doesn't really matter. I've actually sold 11 of these, though. Interestingly, I bought Did I really buy 30 of them? That's probably why I've got too many of them. I probably bought way too many of them. Buying them for an average of 3,000 gold a piece, selling them for an average of 6,000 gold a piece. Yeah, just straight doubling our money on them. Beanbag chairs. Bought 20 of these and I've only sold one. Ouch. I need to shift a few more beanbag chairs then. Clearly people are far too classy for a beanbag chair. And we've also got the panda beds. Nobody wants to sleep in a panda bed apparently. That said, I have found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 50% of my realms have got them listed though, so might snag a few sales. Alright, that's not too bad. Right, I think I am mostly chilling then for the decor stuff today. We relisted everything. We scouted for some deals. I don't know how much we actually spent. What did I spend on? What have I spent today? I spent 750k today buying some more goodies. But we took 1.2 million out of the mailboxes, so as long as we keep this pattern, as long as I don't spend too aggressively every day, we will start to see the initial cost of buying a whole bunch of stuff pay itself back. Spend 750, sell it for 1.2 mil. Do that every day. That's 500,000 gold a day. 500,000 gold, and if I can do that within like a 2-hour window in the morning, that's 250,000 gold an hour. Beats farming right now. Beats farming by a mile. Right. Should we have a little looky at some remix stuff? Oh, my other accounts are dead. I need these for relisting the rest of the auctions, but maybe I'll just use them later. Let's have a little look. Log Manthina in. Take a little look at remix. This beanbag chair's ugly as fuck. That might have been an issue as well. Maybe, like I said, maybe people are too classy to have a beanbag chair in their decor, in their house. So I did against a second coffee. A double coffee day will give me a headache later on. Chairs don't match any of the aesthetics. Zebra beanbag chair, yes, that'll go well with my mahogany table. Well, you see, this is it. Maybe it's just ugly as sin. Nobody's making a. What's happened here is nobody has had the idea to make a cinema room and to put 17 beanbag chairs in it. Maybe that's what I need to do to shift them all. I need to make a video of how to make a cinema in your player housing. and tell everybody they need to buy 10 beanbag chairs for it. People have done it. They're just using better chairs. All right, fine. Maybe some lazy boys or something. Slightly disappointed with the WoW housing because everything is too big and disproportional. The ceiling of the house is like 10 meters high and you're forced to scale the furniture to match the size of the house. I did think about making like a miniature house, just scaling everything down to like 10%. Right, have we got some Wowhead news or something or other? I want to know what's changed. We got some game audio at least. We do. Where's Wowhead then? Use that window. Do we get like some patch notes or something for Remix? What's actually changed? Remix Decor is available to all after the event, but will be costly. Blizzard has announced that the Legion Remix Decor will be available after the event ends, but for a much higher price, so make sure you stock up now. Oh, I see. So you can buy it on the cheap whilst Remix is running. I see. Mythic Crown of Cosmos could feature a secret phase. They always have a fucking secret phase. It's no secret anymore. Transmog tutorial video, sure, whatever. New spawning repeatable world boss. Here we go. Patch notes. Horse's mouth. This player's home just turned into a full 3D movie theater. Oh, wait. People genuinely have already done it. Ah, people are using better seats. Fuck, these should all be beanbags. These need to be beanbags. I need to DM them. Can you change your screenshot to beanbags, please, so I can sell a bunch? That's kind of cool, though. That's kind of cool. Fully fledged VIP movie theater with all different kinds of seats and tables. The screen that's even showing what looks like a 3D dragon film. Clever. Right, where's this? Right, claim your legacy in Infinite Echoes. So this is the last phase, apparently. Catch-up opportunities, remix, content updates, and more rewards. What does it consist of? The Infinite Hourglass turns once more as the echoes of Legion reverberate through the shifting sands of destiny. The world trembles with anticipation. It's time to step boldly into Legion Remix Infinite Echoes, where every heartbeat is charged with new possibilities and timelines themselves bend to your will. Blah, blah, blah. Designed to make progression smoother and offer more ways to earn rewards, introduce new challenges, and provide closure to ongoing storylines. Here's a list of what you can expect. Flawless Threads of Time, a new upgrade currency replacing motes of a broken time used to enhance your gear up to 779 item level. What is the point? Okay. Scrapping service allows the conversion of excess motes or threads to be turned into fragmented mementos. Okay, that would be good for endgame power creep. Time Runner's Mayhem, stacking experience bonus. 3% per stack, up to 10 stacks, 12 hours each from the Infinite Research. So an extra 30%, is that on top of the 400? Is that up to 430%, but you only gain it by doing infinite research, which is entirely pointless because then that means you'll have leveled your character in like 2 hours. So a 12-hour timer on that is utterly pointless. Cool, sure. Roger that. New quests until our next hello and out of time. We'll go and have a little look at those, I guess. Ritual at the Infinite Bonfire. Burn blank Doomsayer pamphlets to conclude the Infinite storyline. New enemies for additional challenges and rewards. Rotating world bosses now. 6 bosses appear every 18 hours in the Broken Isles, each with unique rewards. Increased loots and obelisks, more frequent loot drops, time-walked obelisks, and upgrade opportunities. Alright, sure. Weaving your legacy. Seek out the luminous, flawless threads of time. These are your key to empowering your armaments to a resplendent item level of 779. Gather them through your exploits and by dismantling max level gear. Oh, does this mean I can then turn all of my motes, all of my broken motes of the time into a piece of gear and then scrap it and then just get the new shit? Are we going to be max item level in like a minute? Oh god, it means I have to replace all my trinkets and rings and necklaces. Oh, I just don't want to. I actually wish they hadn't increased the item level. Oh, I actually don't want to. You know how long it took me to get flipping... Not to mention, you know how long it took me to get, like, perfect itemized gear at 740? Oh, I don't want to. Oh, I might just not. Look at this. I've, like, optimized and min-maxed my secondary stats on my gear and all sorts. Oh, I don't want to do this again. This was the reason I didn't want them to have scaling item level between phases in the first place. At this point in the game, I might just not bother. When your satchels overflow with more motes and threads, seek out Urus. His new scrapping service lets you convert surplus motes and threads into fragmented mementos of Epoch Challenge. Sold in stacks of 10. Okay. Embark on infinite research quests to earn the potent Time Runner's Mayhem. A stacking boon of plus 3% experience for 12 hours, stacking up to 10 times. Yeah, we've already decided that that's kind of pointless with how fast it is to level alts now anyway. Is this exactly the same as what was in the table, just with more words? I think so. And then is the rest of it literally... Okay. They've just copy-pasted the last articles in case you, for some reason, don't know what Remix is. Okay. No increased drop rate of bronze. You can also convert those into power if you're not... Yeah, I might just do that. I might just convert them all into power. I don't think I want to push my item level any higher. Quit complaining. We all know you can do it anyway. Oh, I might not, you know. I might not. Okay. So... Okay. It's very lukewarm, isn't it? Triumphant raw echoes at the top of the infinite bazaar as Nightbird the Unbound chuckles to himself. Infinite bonfire echoes with a draconic voice. Let all who hear this celebrate the bravery of Pestmarsha, who has slain 4,480 demons. Triumphant raw echoes from the... Okay. Yeah, that's very lukewarm, isn't it? Let's just have a poke about, shall we? Let's just have a poke about. So, in theory, let's test a few things. Okay, can I not scrap? In theory, we can put 740 gear in here, and what pops out? Flawless threads of time. These things. Flawless threads of time. Combine 10 of these to create an incredible potential. Does it only give me those from 740 plus gear? I bet it does, doesn't it? Oh no, it gives you those literally whatever you're doing. We'll scrap everything then. Listen to your OCD, Manthy, just do it. You can't finish Remix without max gear, you just can't. So, we got ourselves 21 of these. 10 of them makes what? What did it give me? Oh, 10 of them gave me a piece of gear. Gave me a 753 pair of boots. $753 ring. Okay. Got sand. $747 here. Okay. So 10 of these creates an item, right? I'm trying to remember. 10 of these creates an item. So each stack of these is 10 pieces of gear we can scrap. These also seem to give me sand at the same time. These aren't going to give me anything better than 740 though, so saving all of these wasn't super useful. But it might give me a way to zerg up to the new highest item level if we can get enough of these thread things from scrapping all of this gear, maybe? For 30 minutes or so I had higher item level in Remix than Manthy, never thought it would happen. Better to buy infinite power with them, I think. I mean, probably. I was just seeing how frequently I got sand out of them. Not that often. 750. Not scrap the new stuff yet. You need to scrap what looks to be about 10 pieces of gear to get one new piece anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, these are only going to give me like 10, 11, 12 pieces of higher item level gear. These might be better used for... They might be better used for converting into power. Okay, well, what I am going to do... Equipment manager, new set. 740 this. So, talking to you, we can exchange 10 of them for 10 fragmented memento repot challenges. So each stack of them is one full upgrade. Kind of at least hoping they'll do some sort of cool event. I'm not going to lie, this is more of a frustration than anything else, that they've upped the item level. I kind of really wish they hadn't. I can't lie, I kind of would rather wish they just hadn't bothered. Because it doesn't fill me with the same level of enthusiasm to grind another 30 levels out. I'm just not that fussed. I would have rather have done something cool and interesting. It's 600 verse and said I'm done. I didn't even get that far.
Some rules are meant to be broken.
Cash from the Infinite's Armory. What's in this thing? Don't recognise those.
There is more than one way to solve any problem.
Kill 100 things with Tempest Wrath.
Our paths cross at last.
Those reset jobbies. Oh, that's equally just as shit. Complete quests in Heroic World Tier and slay heroic enemies. How many is that? 2 quests completed in Heroic World Tier, enemies slain, and a boss at higher or whatever. Okay. I should probably at the very least check I've collected everything. It might be time to open ATT and just see that we've collected everything. Oh, at least that gave me a higher item level thing as well. Stupid Arcane Aegis. Never equipping that. You can sod off. What reason is there to get more power than other to say you did it? I mean, that's totally true. I mean, I got to 234 verse. I've been pretty done with Remix for a while. Is why I'm very, very tempted to just not pay any attention to what's going on with this here now. Have a little look in Remix. Is it classed as a world event? Remix. Pop that out. We got here then. 81%. Apparently, there is actually some stuff I probably should do theoretically. Is Decor stuff in this yet? Lots of achievement-y stuff. Zone rewards. Is there a... Achievements. Altar of the Corrupted Flames. Decor. Where does this come from? 30,000 bronze. Broken Isles World Quest 5. Ah, you telling me I need to go do more world quests now? Oh no! The ensembles have got fixed a while ago. You get the common drops too. You just need to rebuy them though. Oh, okay. I've still got plenty of bronze, I think. Hanging fell steel chains, vertical fell steel chains. Decor we need to pick up then. Putting the finite in infinite. Reach 999 power. Yeah, that's not happening, is it? Time running Death Knights, Demon Hunters, Monks, Priests, Rogues, and Shamans are the classes I didn't bother leveling. I have yet to do Mythic. There's dungeons I haven't even done on Mythic still. I haven't even done Seat of Triumphant on Heroic, apparently. Gear conversion. Altar of Corrupted Flames. Oh, it's 30,000 gold to buy just... Oh no, it requires the achievement. Is that then even to buy more of them? Corruption Pit. Doing the Legion Remix raids. Okay. You can also do a 49 key for that same achievement. Oh, yeah, it is a 49 key. I probably can't solo 49 keys, but I could get the assistance of a couple of people. Freddy Threads. Bunch of ensembles from Freddy Threads. Do I need to go buy these again in order to get all of this stuff? Where's Freddy Threads? You. Oh, do I need to buy all of these again to get all these appearances? Gussian Demon's Bane cloaks. Oh no, there's just ones I didn't buy apparently. Have these been added recently? Yoink, 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 and yoink. I'll make ATT happy. Beautiful. It does seem to indicate I need to buy a whole bunch more of these again, though. Lara Treebender. Who's Lara Treebender? There isn't a Lara Treebender. Where are you? World Apparel and Transmogrifier. Over this way. Oh, is this a vendor I've literally never even known about? Oops.
I have just the thing for you.
Oh shit, you sell stuff. Oh. Well, today I learned. One. Here's me thinking I've bought everything. Apparently not. Oh my god, I might actually run out of bronze. Oh, I legitimately am, aren't I? I'm legitimately going to run out of bronze. Oh no. Contains one uncollected appearance. 15,000 bronze. Right, we're playing Remix for a few days, boys and girls. Shit.
Be careful.
Oh, look at that percentage go. Look at that percentage go. Okay. Currency. Bronze. Transfer. Max. Go. Oh, we might be alright, you know. We might be alright. I found 1 million bronze. We might be good. Okay, we might be alright. I found 800k bronze.
Well met.
Although we are only on page 3. Not that page 3. Get your mind out the gutter. Oh my god, there's flipping loads of the stuff. Okay, that should be everything from this NPC. Hopefully.
Goodbye.
What's the best way to farm bronze at 740 item level? I didn't really put much thought into farming any bronze. It just happened by playing the game. Actually leveling a fuckload of alts has been the way that has really helped me. We're at 90% plus now, at least. Has already been used by one of your characters? Oh, okay. Sell them back then, I guess. %91%. We're getting there. You log out, log in. Oh, the transfer seems to be up and running again. Remix characters to retail. Oh, maybe I will get that 5-box druid farming team up on the go. That also wasn't in my plans for today. Thinking about it, thinking about it. Oh no, that's the Dalaran one. Go away. Where's the remix category? Wait, our percentage has gone down. We're at 90% a minute ago. What happened there? Oh, there we go. Oh, claims I'm only 77% on the... I'm not sure I believe it. Unfortunately, Blizzard systems can sometimes fail to grant every item. Lovely.
Yeah.
Can I sell these back, though? You're not going to give me anything from them. Does that change what this is saying on here? Like this, for example. There's a bunch of shit I still need from this.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Haha, there we go. What's the website you can use to track your remix stuff? Completionism.net? Was it? Was that one that people were using? Huge amounts of random silly achievements I still need. Level to 80 with a Death Knight, with a Shaman, with a Rogue, with a Monk, with a Demon Hunter, with a Priest. Not doing those. Complete the following group activities. Heroic Seat of Triumphant and Taurus the Burning Throne. Quest-wise... complete the Argus campaign. Complete 150 world quests. Gives us the Altar of Corrupted Flames. We should probably do that. Rep. We need Argusian Reach to Exalted. Do we have any tokens for that business? Why would I not have done that? Oh, it's probably because it's the zone I've not really been to yet. Exploration. Complete 2 of the following Argus achievements. Tour of Argus. Hidden Treasures of Argus. Elusive Foes of Argus. I've not had any real desire to go and do any of this. Dungeon stuff. Mythic Assault. Mythic Cathedral. Just a few dungeons still to do. Time-worn Keystone. Complete a time-worn Keystone dungeon of 40 or greater for the Infernal title. I think I did like a 35 or something. That's the one. It's .com. Is it? Okay. Completionism.com. Heroic Legion Remix Dungeoneer. See, still has to be done, and I presume it's the same on Mythic as well. Raids. Probably a lot to do in here. There's a bunch I've missed. Got to do Antorus on LFR. Or on any difficulty, sorry. Heroic, Mythic. Doing them on Mythic should give you the achievement for doing them on Lesser, I would imagine. Beat the bosses. Diddle-diddle-duh. Broken Shore World bosses. There's still 2 of those I've apparently missed somehow. Apparently they're on rotation now. Then Heroic World Tier. Nothing else to do in Heroic World Tier. Yeah, I was kind of really hoping there'd be something cool that would intrigue me to come back and pay attention to this, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know if there is. I genuinely don't know if there's much here. I might do some of the quest lines and stuff, but I might just casually do that in my own time. I don't think it's stream-worthy content. Don't know why I'm only... Wait, hang on, there's mounts and stuff I'm still missing. Is there new mounts and stuff I can pick up? You mean you aren't happy to go back grinding?
Trust no one.
Surely I've got all of these. 100,000 bronze. Appearance of Kronos. Weapon enchantment.
Farewell.
I hope you find these to your liking.
You're all the class mounts, so I think I bought all of those anyway. Do you have something new? that I either knew or something that I've missed. Apparently I've got all of those. So what's the Fathom Dweller and why can't I buy it? Wow, Remix, Infinite Bazaar, Hemet Nessingwary. 20,000 bonds not learnt. Argus Fishing? Ugh. Okay. Alright, I might poke around a little bit of this, but I'm not going to make it a big thing. Yeah, I'm probably not going to make a big thing of this, really. I was hoping there'd be like an actual event style thing with this, but maybe not. They've just done... I'm going to be honest, it's so odd. It's so odd that they're like, yeah, go and have 40 more item levels, and I'm just like, I don't want them. I genuinely don't want them. I have absolutely zero desire 2 months into this event to start jumping on the grind bandwagon again. Yeah, I think I'm just not. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I think I'm just not. I'll probably tinker around with that when I'm bored in my spare time. I don't really have any desire to continue blasting that. I might, now that the conversion's actually up and running, spin up a team of druids just so that I have them for any potential lumber farming shenanigans if really needed. But otherwise, that's a very lukewarm final farewell. I was expecting like faster bronze like acquisition. I was expecting them to have like shared infinite power between classes. I'd have leveled up a bunch more characters, you know, if I could have, you know, hit max level and then had some sort of shared infinite power. The leveling up to 740 doesn't even feel as if it would be any quicker. Like, yeah, that's it's sure there's some stuff to do there maybe if you haven't finished it all previously, but I wouldn't go as far as to call it infinite echoes. It's infinite. There's nothing infinite about it at all. Not my jam, I don't think, unfortunately. I literally one of the biggest things I didn't want to happen was there to be a phase where they're just going to bump the item level up. Because I've already optimized all of my gear. I've already grinded out my gear. I was grinding out infinite power. I don't want to go back 3 steps to have to start grinding gear and then grinding more gear to get the optimal of the new better gear. No, I just don't want to do it. What does that even mean? Infinite echoes of what? Item level? Yeah, apparently not. Doomed to do the 3 worst raids on Mythic in Pugs then. Yeah, sorry. We might, if we have a real slow day, a real slow day, we might take a little bit of a look back at it. But in all honesty, that's probably not my jam right now. I have auctions I need to post on all of my other accounts. I do actually need to go through and make sure that all of their auctions are listed. I also want to do a little bit of character relocation and optimization. I would quite like to get most of my characters to the convenient spot in Orgrimmar. I've done it on this one account where I've been doing all my decor flipping. Just because having them in Orgrimmar will make a new expansion easier. Probably just quick and easy to get a portal to the new Silvermoon if needed. Plus, quick and easy access to the Warbank and Guildbank for the flipping tunes is kind of handy. I can think of many things to do apart from remix. Ashes is tomorrow. There's a new PoE league and Druid class coming. Not touching remix. I refuse. Yeah, I think that's pretty solidified. Remix for me is mostly going to be done. In fact, I might even go as far as to port over some of my remix characters that I did actually level. Since the transfer does appear to be available. Almalama can maybe be a druid farmer. If you port... When you convert to standard, it does keep them on the same account, doesn't it? There's no option to... There's no option for me to get this on another account. Not without obviously using a character transfer. It's just one less druid to maybe need to level up for a team of druids, that's all I'm thinking. Okay. I'm gonna do some posting of auctions, I think. Can I wombo this? I think I can wombo this. Shit, log you in first. I want you to have wallbank access. Please, you have wallbank access. No, he's not going to have wallbank access. Done goofed. This account's randomly got warband access. So you're already in the right spot. Just converts to a freshly boosted toon. Same account, same realm, same name. Yeah, I assumed so. Right, let's get some of these characters moved. Let's get their auctions relisted. Can lumber go in a guild bank? It probably can't, can it? Because it's war bound. So I have to give this toon warbank access to do what I need to do with it. Flipping hell. This spot in Ogrimmar is just too convenient with having it both be outdoor for the purpose of mounting and, you know, bank stuff here. Just too convenient. I've tried to be more creative with where I put my toons, but it's hard to be more creative when this is just the best spot for them. Well, there is a possibility then that we might have a little look at Ashes of Creation. Although I don't think there's such thing as have a little look, is there? I'd probably be better off switching focus to beta. Orgrimmar's actually more convenient than Stormwind. Even the portal room is easier to access and navigate. Yeah, because in Stormwind it's all the way up that pissing tower, isn't it? Which, great for mages, but pain in the ass for everybody else. I mean, even without a long boy, you've got your mailbox, you've got a bank dude, you've got your guild bank. and you've got your auctioneer. Like, this is just an absolutely top tier spot. The only ever so slight downside is that because it's in Ogrimmar, your load times are going to be slightly worse, but I mean, by a fraction. Disclaimer before you buy Ashes, it's not your typical MMO like WoW that holds your hands and gives you stuff for free. It's a hard game, very old school. You harvest trade goods like ore and herbs. You need to bring them to a main city to sell it. No flying, no teleports, etc. Not a lot of people will like this approach. Yeah, well, I mean, I call WoW, or retail WoW, arcade mode in the first place. I honestly actually wouldn't mind if there was less things like that. I think the traversal of, you got to remember, back in vanilla, one of WoW's biggest selling points was that there was no load screens. You could travel from like one side of the map to the other and never encounter a load screen. And that was something that they once upon a time, believe it or not, were like really proud of. Good reasons. It was technologically quite a feat back then. The irony of all ironies is in how far technology has come since that date. We now just play load screen simulator in WoW, and you can hop from one side of the map to the other in a fraction of seconds, which is also why everybody lives exactly where they need to be, and then they go exactly where they need to be. Nothing happens in the middle. No killing of mobs, no quests, no, oh, that's an interesting world quest, I'll go do that. Like, everything's instanced, all this sort of stuff. So, there's part of me that would actually quite openly welcome a change of that nature. And yeah, from a trade system of that nature, a trade system like that will quite quickly mean that effort goes into the economy. When effort goes into the economy, there's value to be had in the doing of the thing, right? I mean, yeah, I would probably be interested in Ashes just from the perspective of seeing what the sort of crafting economy kind of side of things is going to be, or is, or could be. That I think would be quite interesting. Now, I've always said that I do not have room in my life for two MMOs. It's why I don't particularly play or find much enjoyment in playing Classic. Because I tend to believe where Classic's concerned, yes, it's another MMO, but I've also been there and done that. Not looking to do it again. But an alternative MMO, a modern new MMO, intrigues me if nothing else. Ashes of Creation Early Access Guide. Is that an official Ashes of Creation video? Yeah, I know, Chalida, you've been pestering me to try Guild Wars for years. One day I will get round to it. I have kind of half signed myself off to doing anything outside of WoW until at least we're, a couple of months into Midnight. Which is why I'm being very cautious about even trying Ashes of Creation right now. Oh, official video published yesterday. That's cool. We might have a look at that then. Try it in 2 years then. But when they've actually maybe possibly finished it. No items in the mailbox? That's very concerning. That's because they're still on the auction house. Item was not found. Hell. Clearly I'm doing this a little bit before the 48 hours is finished. Alright, it's fine. Does that mean these also have things on the auction house? No. Hoping I've got a couple of nice juicy sales from these flipping realms as well, to be honest. That'll help. Cheeky bit of profit from the flipping realms will help tone down the damage of spending 4 million on Decor a couple of days ago, or over the last few days. Decor's quickly paying for itself, but I get just too distracted by ashes. It's another reason. Like I'm so susceptible to squirrels, and I know it. I don't want to get suckered in, but it could happen. Not even my long boy. Telescope. Right, we'll have a telescope. 3 telescopes, apparently. We're literally posting 2 things on Draenor. Is that what it's come to now? At that point, I'm probably just not going to bother. Put it all in the war bank. Maybe I've signed off to trying to sell anything on Draenor now. I will keep the sniper running at a low percentage, just to grab any deals I spot while we're doing this business. If that's the case. Nothing in the mailbox. This means I'm slightly early on this realm as well. Usually wait till everything's expired, but puppies woke up already. Puppies are awake already. Flipping hell, they seem to be napping less and less. Somebody told me once upon a time puppies are meant to sleep 18 hours a day. Fucking mine don't. Lucky if I get 6 hours of sleep a day out of these doggos. Unlimited batteries. I thought having the older dogs in the main house today would mean the 2 puppies would chill out a little bit more. Apparently not. Need some way of charging batteries kinetically from the puppies. Yeah, I know. I need to like wrap them in wire or something. Turn them into a mini motor. Probably a bit cruel, that, isn't it? Bit too Hassan for my liking. RSPCR, I'd like to report a crime. There's a man wrapping his dogs in copper cable. Okay, you've got all the expireds. That's a good start. I hopefully won't have to do... Oh, well, I am actually going to be relocating most of these characters, aren't they? I was thinking that I wouldn't have to relocate many, but I actually think I might. Just the war bank and the guild bank is going to make this process so much easier to handle. Having them being able to just like quickly throw things in the guild bank. Any sort of non-listing dead item that definitely doesn't sell if you don't put it, like, you know, I've got a whole bunch of things here that they're not going to sell if I don't put them on the auction house. But them being sat in the bags is kind of pointless. This is sort of stuff that should just be being thrown in the guild bank to be taken out by another character. That way, we stand a better chance of selling some more stuff. I wonder if Decor, though, has completely nuked all sales of, like, anything else. I did notice on my 20 realms that I've chosen to sell Decor on, I sold basically nothing of anything else. Maybe I do. Maybe for teams that are just chilling here already, I'll do the relocation another day. Maybe for now, I'll just 750 gold flip it now. Why am I even posting stuff that cheap? There's no way I should be posting stuff that cheap. I kind of made a bit of a vow to myself to never bother posting anything under like 5 to 10k because it's just not worth the hassle. Maybe it's random items that these guys have just picked up whilst being undermined farmers. A possibility. Doggos, what are you... Do you eat in the flipping carpet there, dog? Chat, I'm going to take the puppies for a pee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Ooh, holy, it's chilly outside. Lord have mercy. Any sniper deals? No. Made the mistake of not putting my jacket on to go outside. That was a terrible mistake. New housing item from the High Mountain Rep cache in Remix? Oh, what, really? Oh, no. I think I've got rep tokens up the wazoo, though. But... Did you have snow? No, we didn't have any snow again. Like, it's not quite cold enough. It's hovering around, like, 2 or 3 degrees. Means it still comes down as rain. Really frustrating. It needs to drop to, like, -4, and then we'll get some nice snow. Or was the High Mountain Paragon box in general? Oh, okay, so it doesn't have to be the remix one. The remix ones are dead easy to get. There's options there then. Poppies are missing. One of them. There's only two. There's only two of them in the studio today. I'll go full screen for a second. Sulot is in his bed, and Alma is eating my shoes. Alma, what are you doing? Like me? Never. Eating the rug. Eating the rug or eating. Flipping. Actually eating the rug. Eating it's better than pissing on it, but. Eating the rug. No chat. How does Sulu look so sus, man? Well, I don't know. He's just got a sus face, clearly. Oh, I really should have put a jacket on when I took these dogs outside. Cold is ruining me. 22 degrees in here, though, apparently. Don't feel it. Definitely doesn't feel it. Why are all of these characters on silly mounts? Wonder if when I've got warband access on the account, I should normalize the gold on these characters as well. Repad the warbank with the recent profits. Like, most of my characters are set to have 100k gold on them, and this guy's up to 250k, for example. And the theory is that all of the profits just get, dumped into the war bank. That's kind of how I want to run the operation. This dude has got, only 25k on this dude. Clearly then this is a realm where I don't sell much on, but I must have bought things from. This is why that Warband Miser add-on, the one that one that allows you to set the gold values for different characters, is super fun. Super useful add-on to have. Done posting, done posting, done posting. Is account dead? No, he was just thinking about it. And I deliberately choose not to keep too much gold on each character, so that prevents me from accidentally spending stupid amounts. The worst that can happen is I misclick and lose 100k. it's a damage prevention reason. This is the kind of scenario that worries me a lot, though. It worries me heavily when I log on to an account and I have nothing on the auction house and nothing in the mailbox. I cannot put proof to this, but I'm starting to be quite concerned that because this is Silver Moon as well. This is definitely not a realm where I didn't have things. I'm starting to worry that stuff has been tuned up in the mailbox somehow. I can't categorically prove it because I've never kept track of stuff well enough. It's just a feeling. I can't possibly imagine that I wasn't flipping anything on Silver Moon, for example. Considering how much stuff I would have bought from Silver Moon because it's historically a cheap realm, my go-to is to just throw it back up on the same realm, which makes it very fishy that I have no stock on that server all of a sudden. I need to pay a little bit more attention to this. Nightfall, Shadow, Walker's Rod. Yoink. Ah, I'm early here again. Yeah, I know there was some... That was just the authentication servers, though. That was disconnecting people and making it hard for people to log back in. What's more concerning is that I've had a few instances in the last few days where I've had a bit of a sniff of things feeling like they're missing. I know I'm a bit light on stock on some realms, but a realm like Silvermoon is not a realm where I should be short of stuff. I mean, I might just be, but maybe at some point I've accidentally put everything in the wall bank or something, I don't know. That, or we'll chalk it up to a mystery until proven otherwise. What's the most expensive mistake you've made in WoW? Good question. The most expensive mistake in WoW would probably be chalked up to Dracothists, but I still hold strong that I don't really think it was a mistake. I think my logic was absolutely sound. I think the only reason it ended up costing me the best part of 16 million gold was off the back of the fact there was an exploit that people were abusing, which, sure, I probably could have foreseen. I probably could have foreseen it due to the fact that the exact same thing happened with the tailoring bolts the patch prior. But you can't live your life not doing things because there might be an exploit. Is how I look at it. That was a pretty hefty whoopsie-do. I would say in more recent times, I probably lost about 4 million on delve mats. That was quite an expensive mistake. That was a season 2 thing again. That was the assumption that was going by the theory that delve mats started to rise towards the end of season 1 as everybody stopped doing delves. And my assumption was, even though they crashed pretty hard at the beginning of season 2, I was guesstimating that history might repeat itself there again and they start to rise again before the end of the season, but they didn't, because changes to delves gave players far more reason to run them for a lot longer. So yeah, I'm certainly not immune to boo-boos. I just try and limit them as much as possible. And in general terms, I just try and make sure that my failures are massively undervalued relative to my wins. An easy 10 million gold profit selling flasks in about a week at the beginning of the war. The beginning of the War Within was nice. Probably about 4 to 5 million gold profit flipping bolts when they crashed hard at the beginning of season 1 as well. And I was like, there's no way that bolts are going to be 5 gold a piece for the rest of the expansion. And yep, that one came true. What else? I'm trying to think of more recent things. I don't know. It's difficult now because I've sort of I've never been a big risk taker with goal making anyway. I've always tried to play it relatively safe, relatively long term. I guess you could say it wasn't really an expensive mistake, but a relatively big missed opportunity and maybe a miscalculation on my part was towards the end of, when was it? Towards the end of BFA. All of the BFA world mounts, I should have absolutely critically. Now, this is maybe hindsight is 2020, but I absolutely definitely should have stocked up on a whole bunch of the BFA world mounts. I didn't, and the reason why I didn't was because I knew just how many people had hundreds of the damn things squirreled away because they'd multi-boxed the shit out of them the entire expansion. That led me to not buy into a bunch of them, when hindsight was that, well, I really should have, because, I mean, look at the value of the flipping things even to this day. And I've actually used that knowledge of that a world drop mount will always hold some sort of value, almost regardless to how many are in existence. With things like the Undermine, for example. The Undermine mounts, it costs 25 Mechanicas a piece, and you can bet your ass those mounts and those pets will still hold pretty strong value for months, if not years to come. Simply because the Mechanicas are an absolute ball ache to farm unless you really know what you're doing. Yeah, it's a BOE, list it on the auction house mount. There's no way that those things won't hold value in the future. There is never a shortage of mount collectors. Should have bought the Bruto back in BFA. Well, yeah, it did mean I went until the pay-to-win Longboy turned up before I actually had a Longboy. The irony being is that I then snagged the Longboy out the black market auction house about a month later. Sure, I paid 10 mil for the OG Longboy instead of 5 that everybody else did, but that wrong righted itself, I suppose, eventually. It was a meme for a long time, though. I mean, yeah, I've not really had huge amounts of goal-making blunders, particularly over the years, but like I said, it's because I don't take big, aggressive risks, really. I've always had lots of gold, but I've never had kind of like silly fuck you kind of gold. A little bit of a semi-claim to fame is that I've basically had gold cap basically since gold cap existed. So like all the way back before, back when gold cap was 214,000, I was technically gold capped. And then when they bumped it up to like 1 million, I was also gold capped. And then when they bumped it up to 10 million, I was once again very quickly also gold capped. So I've always had a good amount of gold, but I've never had so much of it that it's like just silly money. Short of maybe the tail end of Shadowlands, and I finally decided I'd had absolutely enough selling legendaries. I think I peaked. I want to say I peaked at maybe 115 million gold. I think was probably my all-time peak. I'm nowhere near that these days, though. Far too good at spending the damn stuff. And I pay for 5 accounts with gold and all this sort of stuff. I've not spent a single penny on WoW over the years. But I'm just as good at spending the damn stuff as I am at making it. What add-on marks the collected things in the vendor window? That's called Can I Mog It? I bought the Bruto, still regret my 5 millions. Really? The Bruto is literally one of the best, genuinely one of the best things you can do with 5 million gold. Very little better than you could do than to buy a portable, walking, talking auction house. This is another scenario where I seem to have a disturbingly low amount of stuff. Oh, I have a wonder if Silvermoon was a realm. Oh, I wonder if my character on Silvermoon has got a profession. It might have been my jewel crafter, which might have meant I emptied it of the rest of the stock, which might have been why it had nothing on it for flipping. That might start to make more sense. Yeah, like this dude is clearly my thaumaturgist. My characters have all got completely out of order recently, which is why things probably feel odd. Paying subs for 5 accounts with gold adds up. Oh yeah, it's 2 million a month right now. It's 2 million gold a month, 24 million gold a year. Choosing to pay for all of the accounts with gold is 24 million gold in the hole every year before I make a penny. So I my first 25 million gold in a year, all that does is pay for me to play the game. Which is why I need scenarios like, I need patches and I need months like the, Mechanica farm as a way to continue to play the game the way I like to play the game. Down by 30 million in the War Within. Just couldn't make gold with the crafting order system, then gave up in Midnight, not doing crafting orders. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. The real explosion of gold making in Season 1 fizzled out really goddamn fast, this expansion. And now, unless you were already pretty deep into like concentration alts, you would have gone from being able to make 5-10 million gold a month down to like basically a fraction of that. No lariat in the War Within as well. Yeah. This is why even I aggressively switched direction in Season 2 to the Undermine and Mechanica farming. Soon as I got a sniff of that there was some good money to be made in that, like, we completely changed direction. From going into Season 1 doing 8 characters, 8 individual professions, a full shuffle on all of them to have BIS builds across all professions, to then cherry pick the 1 or 2 builds that ended up being most profitable. From going from like super hardcore heavy crafting in season 1 to just completely doing a U-turn to farming in season 2 was kind of jarring, to be honest. But we use the Mechanica as a good excuse to then level up 80 characters to then snowball us into this cross-realm adventure, which we're now selling Decor on 20 realms, for example. It's just adapting, switching and changing and moving to, what works at any given point. Which is why I'm kind of looking to see when the beta for Midnight starts to feel a little bit more sort of not finished, but stable. The professions still, well, at least the last time I had a good look around, professions are still feeling a bit ropey. There needs to be a few builds of like, a bit of a material balance pass, a bit of an indication what Moxie's gonna, what impact Moxie's gonna have. When we start to get a few more of these answers, I don't need the finishing touches. I don't need, deep level of understanding of prospecting rates or anything. We don't need to go too extreme, but I still think a lot of the professions in Midnight were kind of missing the basics to be able to really decide what we're going to do with them. But my long-term plan now really is to have this cross-realm flipping adventure cover the cost of the 5 accounts and supplement it with a few million gold a month as a bonus. Then that means if we win a little or we lose a little with whatever we do with each patch that turns up, we've got a solid foundation. That's the reason why my gold has fluctuated so much over the years, because I've never really bothered to set up that solid foundation. I've always done the thing that makes a bunch of gold at the time, but then I am always pretty good at spending it at the same time. My desire to collect all of the recipes, for example, is probably one of my biggest expenses every expansion. I'm never too afraid of buying a recipe for a profession that needs it, whether I have any intention of ever crafting that thing or not. I buy it just because I kind of want all the recipes. That's probably one of my biggest expenses. You are right, though. Going into Midnight, there's no chance I'll be spending 25 million gold in a week on leveling professions like we did at the beginning of the War Within. Which, that alone, I don't think I was the only one that was doing that. I think there was many people doing the profession shuffle. There is some theory to say that that's maybe part of the reason why top tier materials and herbs and stuff like held their value pretty goddamn well at the beginning of the War Within. Flipping 150 gold for tier 3 herbs for quite a while. Might very well have been the fact that there were so many people just blasting professions. I don't know. Maybe this time round, I already, I've not spoke personally with K-Chak on this, but I think we both share very similar opinions on this already. That it is a little bit concerning that if we go back to a Dragonflight style crafting system, that the value of high tier, high quality materials, now that we've only got 2 qualities, the value of high quality materials might fall like a rock. Which has some serious knock-on effects to the rest of everything, basically. Because there doesn't really feel like there's going to be too much that's going to be there to hold things up. thaumaturgy was really good for like circulating materials, making sure that nothing got too cheap, nothing got too expensive. The 3 material qualities meant that there was like a level of progression even to gathering. Whereas, you know, we went from, in the first couple of weeks, you know, quality 1 everybody was getting and people use it to level their professions, and quality 1 stuff got cheap quite quickly. But gatherers were starting to get quality 2 stuff. People were using quality 2 materials to guarantee quality 2 crafts. Then the gatherers eventually started getting a steady supply of quality 3. You know, there was this kind of staging of, you know, how everything turned up and then how it was all consumed. Going down to 2 material qualities might very quickly mean that high quality materials become as readily available as quality 2 materials were in season 1 of The War Within, which, if your top quality materials are as readily available as quality 2 was throughout The War Within, then they're not going to be expensive. And I'd also like to point out that people will be out there farming for moats. Predominantly, moats look to be the thing that will hold the value, because moats are used in like so many crafts. Moats are used everywhere and in pretty large quantities in some cases as well. If moats end up being the thing that everybody is actually farming to get, those herbs, those ore, those leathers are also going to get very, very cheap very quickly. I don't see many systems in place or much reason for the value of these, even high quality materials, to stay high for very long. All we can sort of say for certain, though, is that whatever can be farmed up in an hour in midnight for the first season will probably be worth an average of about 20 to 30,000 gold. It's just, where does that 20 to 30,000 gold come from? Because people don't bother especially in season 1, people just don't bother farming anything unless they can make at least 20 to 30,000 gold. So that alone will sort of inflate the value of everything. Keep the supplies to a modest amount. I am actually getting a scarily low amount of sales across these characters. It's been quiet for a little while because it's end of expansion time, but the amount of sales is very low on these flipping realms right now. Clearly, Decor has taken everybody's eye off everything else. I mean, I'm usually good for a good few 100,000 gold every time I do a clear out of these mailboxes. 3, 4, 500,000 gold is usually not outrageous. It's usually at least a token's worth of revenue every time. I'm not even sure we're getting that right now. Decor's going to have to pull its weight for a few days, I think. Kind of weirdly getting itchy to go and relist all of my Decor stuff again. I don't want to be cancel scanning it flipping all day long, but every couple of hours it makes sense to do a 20-minute sweep through the 20 realms. Spend a minute on each one, quick cancel scan, quick repost, log off. The auction house PvP is getting disgusting, even in the early hours. Glad I skilled my house to 5 so I can stop whenever I want. I've not even done that. I've not taken even 5 minutes out my day really to consider going around collecting stuff. Is that homebound? Is that homebound add-on the best one to be using now? Or can I wombo combo some ATT to like go around and just collect all of the decor? Gather 3 lumber, relist, 3 more lumber, relist, etc. Oh, are you long boy listing on the same character you're crafting stuff on? I mean, I guess that gives you many opportunities to keep on top of the cancel scans, I suppose. What we got going on over here? Oh shit, I bought a bunch of... Oh, flipping out. Bought a bunch of scarecrows on this character. Didn't realise I bought a bunch of scarecrows on this realm. Where are we? Flipping Ravencrest. We were talking about Ravencrest earlier. I didn't realise I'd bought a bunch of scarecrows. Hang on, I need to... I need to go put those in the guild bank. They're not going to sell in my mailbox, are they? I need to speak to Bear, actually. Bear was doing this thing with pets where people would like she was doing like a pet exchange thing where her community were like donating pets, and then if you gave a pet you could take a pet kind of thing, kind of like the old school swap shops for those who collected football cards and whatever. She also was looking to then sell off a bunch of the pets that were stacking up in higher quantities so that she could then use the gold to buy more variety of pets for her little pet swap shop kind of thing. And I said I would basically bulk buy any pet that she wanted to sell at a nice little discount, save her the effort of selling them, and I'll just spread them across all the servers. But we never got around to doing it. Gather lumber, doing it all on this one. He holds all the stuff. Either people are batshit insane on their big boys or bots since yesterday. No, I think we've kind of we're kind of crossing the threshold a little bit with the farming of lumber, where the early bird sales, the people that were like super enthusiastic to piss about with decor and crafting their house and stuff real early. You know, they've had a week to do it now, right? You know, the first adopters, as they would be called in marketing terms, have adopted. Right? They've had their share. They've probably been playing with their house. Whilst they probably still are playing with their house, the point is the people that will spend the silly money have kind of been and gone now. They've had their chance. They've had their opportunity. It means we're crossing into that sort of area. We're crossing into that bit where players will be less willing to spend like day one prices on things, and will just either not buy at all or wait till it's cheaper, or you know. And we've had an entire week of the entire gold making community telling absolutely everybody to go out and farm lumber, which definitely also has an effect on things. It means that the quantity of pre-crafted decor items is probably really starting to stack up. And that will mean, and the places it'll stack up on the big servers, because that's where everybody is. And when it all stacks up on a few servers, it will crash the prices, and then there'll be players like me that have to decide whether we buy it all up and move it other places, or we just let it crash until it's like rock bottom prices and then do it. This is why I only spent about 4 million gold on setting up 20 realms for flipping. It hasn't given me a huge amount of inventory for each and every realm, but I didn't want to spend any more in case, you know, I wake up and then patch notes tell me that lumber's twice as easy to farm or something, and that 4 million had turned into like 200k overnight if I'm not careful. I really don't want to happen. I'll do some maths eventually and put it in for 500 lumber per. If it's not selling, I'll keep it at that. I mean, there are some lumber types that are already below that. The vanilla lumber and the wall within lumber are both below that value already. People who cared got it. The rest, like me, didn't step foot in their home. It's been quite divisive, hasn't it? Like, I am strongly in the category of I've not touched my house at all. Like, and I think it's probably got something to do with the fact that I did not expect decor and lumber to stay this pricey for this long. Honestly, I expected day one prices, sure, but I expected lumber to be 150 gold a piece, like, very quickly. Because you do the maths, you know, if you're getting 200 pieces of lumber an hour, well, let me put it this way. People will usually quite happily work for 30,000 gold an hour, right? If people are getting 250 lumber per hour, 30,000 gold an hour means you can go as low as 120 gold a piece for your lumber. This kind of was my maths going into this, thinking that it would very quickly get to that kind of point. But what you got to consider this time is it's not the same as farming materials. Because if you farm materials, you can instantly sell them and instantly get that 30,000 gold. You have to take into consideration that there is delayed gratification and extra risk that is taken, because you then have to buy more materials and craft something and then sell that something. There's like 3 extra steps to the process with lumber, which is what's holding its value at, like, you know, 400-500 gold more comfortably. Because your per hour rate can't very easily be realized. It's more akin to farming transmog. That sure, you can do an hour's worth of transmog farming and you can have 120,000 gold worth of stuff in your bags, but it's going to take you a bitch long time to sell it. So you probably don't consider that 120,000 gold an hour, you know? It's kind of somewhat similar with lumber and decor right now, but I still do think the amount of people farming it relative to the amount of people buying it is starting to get a little scary. This is why I would not be too surprised to see people start getting a little bit more creative with the lumber, such as, you know, hollering in trade chat that they will craft decor items at a value of, you know, 200 gold a piece of lumber. So if it, you know, if it takes 10 lumber, that's a 2,000 gold tip, please. Sort of thing. The level of desperation to sell the stuff doesn't seem to have set in yet. When it does, that's when the crash happens. And when it does, that's when people will also start getting more creative with how they convert lumber into gold. And if they can skip those steps of like buying more mats and crafting something and then cancel scanning to sell it, they will skip those steps and take a bit of a discount to do it, probably. There's a guy advertising on my realms. He can sell alchemy decor cheaper than the auction house. Yeah, this sort of stuff will start happening. People will start looking for shortcuts to avoid the crafting and cancel scan side of it. Because that's the problem, right? People can, you know, they can farm at their leisure. They want to farm 4 hours, they can do 4 hours. They want to spend 24 hours farming, they can spend 24 hours farming. People can do as much or as little of the farming as they like, but it's that converting of the lumber into actual gold that the crafting and the cancel scan side of it will start to get to people. Because there are some people that are willing to do it and some people who are absolutely not willing to do it. And because every single body that wants to try and make a bit of gold from this is forced to do the entire chain of the process. You know, the people who, for example, were very, very willing to cancel scan legendaries. I know people that made silly gold not even crafting a single legendary. They would buy the legendaries when they saw them cheap and just flip them. And they were happy to sit there cancel scanning because every time they flipped one, they were doubling their money on it. So the people that were happy to cancel scan could cancel scan all day long. The people that were happy to buy materials, craft, and then sell at like 4 or 5% margin could do that all day long. And then the people that wanted to farm the heavy callous hide all day long could farm heavy callous hide and sell it. You know, it broke down jobs, right? Decor is like you have to do the whole thing yourself. You have to farm the lumber, you have to craft the shit, and then you have to cancel scan it. And some people just won't be willing to do all 3 of those steps. Or what we'll see happening, like we're seeing now, is that people will be willing to do all 3 of those steps, but they will want a shitload of gold to do it. They'll want to get paid 3 times. They'll want not 30,000 gold an hour, they'll want 90,000 gold an hour. Or also known as decor and lumber at like 400 to 500 gold a piece. There's got to be significantly more money in it to make it worth the extra effort. If I could sell all of my lumber for 150 gold to a vendor, I would gladly do that. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, 30,000 gold in raw vendor price, sure. So would everybody. I'll farm some lumber of each type, at least for midnight. Nobody's going to be farming that shit when everything is new, and neither will I. Well, that's true. Yeah, people are going to have very, very little desire to go all the way back into what will then be 11 different old expansions to farm up lumber. One thing I would point out, though, is that the value of that lumber will be incredibly low by that point because everybody will have milked that cow. And you will then, by that point, find also many players like me who will be sat on probably very large inventories of decor. My hope and my plan is, even if prices crash, is to ride the wave down, continuously selling enough every day to cover the cost of what I'm buying, but to eventually end up on just like a really big stockpile of just all different types of decor. As long as I don't, it'd be obviously nice to make profit every day doing it, but if I can do it and break even every day, it then basically means any bonus decor that I have in stock is just, you know, cash money. in essence, I'm doing everything in my power to avoid doing the farming. Because I really don't want to. I really don't want to. But I'm more than happy to take advantage of the craze. Wriggler. Genuinely, the only things I seem to be selling at the moment are pets. Like, I'm seriously going to consider trimming down my buying of any form of transmog. I do reasonably well flipping recipes, but I definitely do best on flipping pets. The only thing I think I will probably pay a bit more attention to when it comes to transmog is hoovering up anything that's in abundance because it's current, and then just throw it all in a guild bank and leave it for a year. Then get it all out in a year's time when it's no longer in abundance, because nobody is playing that area of the game anymore. That side of transmog I will probably pay a lot more attention to. I still have some suspicions that there's quite a lot of the War Within BOEs, which will comfortably fall into the category of transmog, because they're A, often unique appearances in their own right, but B, not only are they unique appearances, they're actually quite interesting appearances. But something has to be done to strangle the amount of them in existence. Way too many of them right now. But like I said, that will change when it's no longer the current expansion. There are already some transmog sets in the War Within that are like flipping impossible to farm for as well. That Lamplighters set, real pain in the ass. Real pain in the ass to farm that Lamplighters set stuff. Somebody really early on jumped on that market as well. Figuring out that it's weapon appearances. Figuring out that it's a pain in the ass to farm for. Did I watch the Ashes? I didn't watch it. No, I wanted to quickly get, well, I say quickly. It's ended up not being too quick, but I wanted to get my auctions listed on all my other realms so I could get back to focusing on Decor. I took some time to look at Remix. Very quickly concluded that there was nothing in Remix that got me too wet or juicy downstairs. So we're back to relisting auctions. Once these are all listed, then maybe I'll have a little bit of a look. Although, flipping hell, I've nearly been live 4 hours already. Time flies. I always forget about the stuff in random guild banks, and then 2 years later, Blizzard brings the item back. It's fun throwing things in guild banks, though. It's fun because you forget about them. And then, you know, you'll randomly turn up and go, oh shit. All of these things that I bought for 200 gold are now worth 20,000 gold each. Happy. it's to be fair though, you can only do that sort of stuff if you know that there is no real reason you'll ever not be playing the game. Most general Joe playing the game looking to make a bit of gold probably shouldn't be squirreling things away for, you know, putting things in a time capsule. But when I've already played the game for 20 years I imagine I will probably still be playing it in 2 additional years. And if I can spend 100,000 gold now and turn it into 3 million 2 years later, then GG. I just need to figure out that same life hack IRL. Well, it's called stocks and shares and investing, isn't it? But it means I need to do some more farming IRL. Might go to the hardware store and buy an axe. I've heard that's pretty good. Invest in more poppies. So yeah, let's see how that does for me, shall we? End up starting a poppy farm. I mean, I have just got myself the boy dog. If he ends up being a bit of a looker, send him round the neighbourhood. That puppy's getting big. Time for No, don't do it. Both asleep again, which is nice. Talking of cheap decor, though, nobody's giving shit away, though. Nobody's decided to give shit away, at least not on Draenor. Not seeing any bargains pop up on me little scanner. Oh, hello, what we sold here? 118,000 gold. Seamuth surprise? The fucking hell is that? More importantly, what did I pay for it to sell it for 118,000 gold? Isn't that a dragonflight recipe? Dragonflight cooking recipe. Yeah, Dragon Owl's cooking recipe. I don't think it was that long ago I bought this. But I clearly didn't buy it on this realm. Oh, hang on. Maybe I did buy it a long time ago. Oh, see you later, frames. Pressing the all-time button's risky. Got... Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. I bought 3 of them for 2,000 gold apiece. A few months ago. Sold one for 120k. Yoink. It's those kind of sales that keep the lights on. Maybe an avid collector that was missing one recipe or something. And doesn't know what the underlying exchange is. Like, this process is you'll drive yourself to a level of insanity if you start questioning why people pay the prices that they do for certain things. You just got to accept the fact that there are people that have more gold than sense. Or if they do not have enough gold and still do not have enough sense, at least they might have a juicy credit card. The question is, why did you list it for so much? I think its regional market value is like 50k. So if I was the only one posting it, my normal price operation was probably about 120k. Its regional market price was 50k. I bought them at like 2k. I bought 3 of them. You know, this is the thing. Like you hunt the really good deals out. Buy the really good deals. You don't pay too much for the really good deals. It doesn't matter if you ever sell it, but if you do sell it, then it's usually a big win. But 90% of the things I buy, I then don't actually ever sell them again. Pebble, people pay thousands for Pebble. It's a stupid white little rock item. I should maybe have a look. To be fair though, if it wasn't for that stupid one big sale of a recipe, this entire adventure posting all these auctions on 3 accounts so far has not been very lucrative. Significantly less than what I would normally expect. I think Decor is really taken people's focus off spending gold on anything else. It's not exactly the fastest moving item, but I sold a few. Oh, it's for the it's for the it's for the Bauble pets, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, like the frayed knot. If you've watched what's his name? I can't remember his name. The guy that did the Gold Bound series on YouTube. He made his first token pretty much selling the frayed knots, a random grey item that is a reagent for buying a pet from a vendor. Pebble falls into that same category. Oh, it's pebbles that's needed for the dog pet. Okay, something like that. I was maybe on the right lines. Oh, okay. We're on to the last realm. Last realm to relist things. That actually went a bit faster than I expected. Yeah, you'll drive yourself insane sometimes trying to figure out why people pay what they do for certain things. Graceful Cosmic Ray Pup, another pet for 20k. Nothing. Genuinely real stinky haul apart from that one recipe. Few other odds and ends here and there, but probably even with that recipe, probably less than 300k, which is ouch. Makes the whole adventure difficult to. Luckily, I only post every 48 hours. It's an hour every an hour every 48 hours. It's not too bad. It's an hour every 48 hours just to relist everything, though. That's not taking into consideration any time I spend on top of that searching for deals, managing inventory, all that sort of stuff. 50? Oh, 50 stream streak. Go on. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good effort. Main account's dead. Okay. Well, maybe that was just quite good timing. Maybe that was quite good timing. And that's maybe grab... Did I say... Oh, I'm going to need warband access on this account again. Let's get warband access back on this account. And let's do... Quick cancel scan through. Still need to finish leveling. Actually, that is one thing I do need to use Remix for. I still need to level a couple of tunes, actually. My plan, and I'm actually even questioning whether this is a smart plan going into midnight even. My plan is to have basically 4 characters on each one of my 5 accounts. That then have 1 copy of each profession. So the crafting professions, right? You need 4 characters to have all 8 crafting professions. Each account, I want to have all 8 crafting professions on. This will give me 5 copies of each profession, meaning that if I need to like spec very specifically into something for one profession, I can do, and then I still have 4 more that do other things, for example. The logic behind this is that I would then be able to have, like, you know, an account spinning around doing prospecting, and an account spinning milling, an account doing thaumaturgy, and an account doing unraveling. But weirdly, midnight professions don't seem to have half as much of that sort of AFK in the background processing sort of stuff. Prospecting still exists, sure. Milling's probably going to be quite quick, though. It also depends of whether they fix inscription so that inks won't be basically free after 5 minutes. I'm not even sure if I'm going to really... See, this is my alternative way, right? Because I'm not going to be blasting every profession to max like we did in Midnight, the War Within launch. No shuffle or nothing to do. I was thinking about, is it going to be more sensible to set up multiple copies of each profession? That has been my theory up until now, but I am still sort of questioning it a little bit. So I don't know. I mean, they got rid of unraveling. They got rid of thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy was the big one, right? Prospecting is still cash money. Prospecting is always cash money. Just having 5 prospectors will probably make me 10 million gold, but it's I'm not sure just how worth it is to spin up so many copies of each profession. Now, I have all of these auction house characters who are all level 80, who can pick up the slack with any sort of concentration stuff if that ends up being profitable. So I've got no shortage of tunes going into this expansion, at least. Yeah, we were going to just put all of the decor on Draenor in the war bank, weren't we? Yes, this, for example, is where my 4 million gold loss is sat right now. Look at all these ringing deeps ingots and viridian charm caps and gloom fathom hides and vial of Kaheti oils that are just sat here gathering dust. I'm leaving them there in case a miracle happens at this point. They will sit there, and if a miracle happens, a miracle happens. What have we got here? Random ass 50 gold recipes, vendor price recipes. Yeah, the bank character basically has my junk. Right, quick cancel scam. Clearly some competition to sell stuff over here. Quick cancel scan, quick snipe. Let's put the price up a little bit. Quick cancel scan, quick snipe, quick loot. Oh shit, all of these realms have now expired all of their items as well, on top of all of the decor stuff. Ow, flippity doodah. I'll do that later. And then quick relist on these. 2 birds, 1 stone. If you're going to have so many alts with different professions, won't you already have 4 of each? Yes, but concentration characters probably will only have 1 profession each rather than 2. Just so that they can literally stand at the table, be logged in, craft something, log out. Like, speed is critical in that regard. So my 80 characters that are responsible for just selling things on all the different realms, they'll probably be given 1 profession each. Enchanting is also a strong possibility for all of them, if enchanting still works well for concentration, just because they can do that from anywhere. There's still 40 days left of Remix. So it was only a 90-day thing in the first place. So technically we're only just over halfway in Remix as far as the login screen's concerned. Still 40 days of Remix left. So, I guess there's plenty of time to plenty of time to level some more alts if needs be. Which is why I'm not going to bother looking at Remix particularly now. Decor is more important to get sold right now. I know I chose my concentration professions based on how far the tables were from each other. Ended up with a lot of scribes and alchemists, because they're like literally next door, yeah. Why are we saying goodbye? We're only halfway. Yeah, yeah. They clearly wanted the event to be on over. This is why I didn't really like the phasing of Remix this time round. Generally wasn't that fussed by the design decision for phasing. I would have much rather them just said, "Here's Remix, go for it." I'm really glad they made the decision to put a really high item level in the start of Remix of 740. But it's only now made them increasing the item level to 780 feel even worse. Because there's absolutely no flipping way at this point I have any enthusiasm to grind out another 40 item levels and then grind out even more to optimize that gear to have good secondary stats in the right places. Just no. Like, just no. Especially for those players that have already grinded out like hundreds of like ranks of infinite power as well. The 40 item levels ain't gonna do shit when you're doing 1 billion damage anyway. Like, I mean, it probably will because it's a multiplier of damage. So you'll have people just basically, if you grind up to 780 now and you've got a couple of hundred levels of infinite power, you are going to one shot, you know, your 49 tier mythic plus dungeons will just be a joke. But it's kind of silly how it's happened that way. What's going on here? Oh, I bet because I didn't have base group tagged, it's not listed after this stuff, has it? This is all random bits and pieces that isn't strictly in my flipping profile, but I still get it listed all the same. How do you think is concentration giving a lot of gold? Because you instantly can click max tier. You don't need any talents or to get from tier 1 to tier 2 to get to tier 3. I would agree with you that I do think it's... I've said this all along. Concentration does not look to be as lucrative as it has been in the War Within. But it is still there and it will still be a thing. The problem is that people are going to believe that when we go into midnight, it will be the same as what we were doing or seeing at the beginning of the War Within. You are not going to be getting 25 gold per point of concentration like with enchanting, for example. It's just not going to happen, I don't think. The market will start off significantly neutered compared to what it did in the War Within. It will be an uptick in profit from what it is now in the War Within, sure, but we're not going to be seeing silly results, I don't think. And partly this is because we've had an entire expansion where every single content creator or advice giver on anything goal making has told every person to just go make some concentration alts. People have then used Remix even more aggressively than people did with Mop Remix to level a whole bunch of alts. The amount of people that are going to jump on this bandwagon is probably enough to like crush it pretty hard in the first place. So not only does it look like it's going to be less lucrative to make gold from in the first place, but then when there could be 5 times as many people trying to do it, it's just not a recipe for really good gold making. It will still work. Conceptually, it still works. If it can save you some gold because you use cheaper materials to make the same high quality stuff, conceptually, it's still there. We just need to see just how the maths plays out to see just, you know, how good is it actually going to be. I'm at 999 and 740 and I've bought everything they have to offer. No chance I'm going back on there. Yeah, I mean, the like increasing the item level by like 40 points just seems like a literal waste of everybody's time and a bit of a kick in the teeth to those people who have already grinded. The haha, we moved the goalposts, suckers. It's like, ugh. This stems back to the feedback I gave Blizzard on multiple occasions before Remix went live. When we were testing it, I was like, please, please, please do not phase the item level. Because it's just a feels bad. You spend any time grinding your gear at any one of the phases, it was going to be a real feels bad when they then moved the goalposts. And that's exactly what they've done here. They've just moved the goalposts. So, Yeah, I don't think I'm going to really pay much attention to Remix now. Plenty of guildies who never even bothered at all, even on one tune. Well, it's going to be interesting for me because there was huge amounts of people that said, all right, well, they'll just not bother with Remix until today. They were like, well, I'll just play it when it's all available at the end then, and I'll just blast it at the end. I wonder if we will see like a second wave of all of these people turn up to play Remix right now. Or because the hype is already gone, how many of them were just hype merchants anyway? How many of them would have only played it just because it was the hype, and now it's not really the hype? They're just not going to bother. I think that's probably closer to the truth. I think the item level increase was only because people exploited the Mythic Plus ladder with the reduced health points glitch. I mean, the amount of people that care about that Mythic Plus ladder, I can probably count on one hand. I don't think it was the reason they were going to do it. I think they've done it because they told everybody there was going to be a catch-up system and a bonus event at the end, and this is the easiest. They've tuned one knob, behind the scenes. I don't really think there's. I don't think they really had all that much planned for this, but they needed summing. So the lazy approach is, here, go grind 40 item levels again. Ugh. No thanks. It's not for me. There's a good chance that before the event ends, because I mean it doesn't end until the end of January, does it? I think there's probably some time in January where we might get a bit bored and might go and have a poker bout over there. But the other side of me is like, January is going to be full on ripping the shit out of beta, like testing everything. It'll be close enough towards the end. We'll have a pre-patch event clashing with that as well. Let's not forget. This is why phasing in Remix was just a categorical bad idea, full stop. Everybody told them that if the more you phase it, the worse it's going to feel, because the end of the year and the beginning of next year is already going to be really busy. Already going to be busy. You start releasing things when stuff's already busy, people are going to pass on it. I wish I could find a way to have a bit of fun with crafting again. Don't even have to earn much money on it. I mean, the beginning of Midnight will be a blast. Don't get me wrong. What? Even whilst I don't particularly think it's going to be like quite the same as the War Within, it'll still be fun, right? There'll still be loads of fun to have, like leveling all of the professions, going around picking up your treasures. The beginning is kind of fun just because everybody is actually at a slightly different stage. The reason why I think crafting has got very stagnant is because everybody that cares about it, it's done, right? They're min-maxed. By season 2, it was basically, you need a min-max build to even think about making profit. And if you did have a min-max build, then you needed to be also focusing very aggressively on getting your materials at the cheapest possible time of the week and this sort of stuff. It went into the optimization stage, which is, nukes a lot of the fun out of it very quickly. For Midnight launch, of course, it's a hard reset for everybody. Everybody will be leveling things up. Certain markets will be emerging out of nowhere. There'll be resets happening, shortages of other stuff. People won't have the professions to be able to like quickly react to stuff again. The first season's always going to be fun for crafting. That's why I always focus on crafting in season 1. And because so many people focus on crafting, it also then means farming is just like stupidly good. Because all of those crafters need materials to do what they're doing, And at the War Within start, we're looking at 100 to 200 alt armies. That's crazy. Now we're up into the 300 to 400 range on some of them. Yeah, people tend to have... there's a phrase in English, your eyes are bigger than your belly, which is usually when somebody goes to a buffet and they're hungry and they fill a massive plate with food and then they eat about 10% of it. I get similar vibes from people with their alt armies. You know, it's often significantly easier to grind out a bunch of alts in Remix, maybe, if you're sort of having fun doing it. But when push comes to shove, when you're actually logging into each of those characters for like 3 minutes a week to craft a few things, it gets so incredibly repetitive that people just melt. Just like, people just don't want to do it. Because they suddenly realize that it's actually a very, very grindy activity. I said this like directly to Golden when he was like burning out hard from logging in and doing his concentration, that like you're not making more gold, you're not scaling with concentration alts, you're simply just working more. Yeah, you make more at the end of the week, but it's because you've worked more. If you have 10 concentration characters, you make 100,000 gold. If you have 20 concentration characters, you make 200,000 gold. There's no additional efficiency being added anywhere. There's like, you have just literally, you've made twice as much gold, but you've worked twice as hard. Which is where I think is a big catch with the concentration alt army thing. People get bamboozled by the there's two factors to it, right? They get bamboozled by the really big numbers that people are reporting. Oh, I'm making like 10 million gold a month with concentration alts. How are you doing it? Oh, it's like 2 minutes a day. Yeah, but 2 minutes a day multiplied by 400 characters twice a week, right? You know, that's the undertone that sort of goes missing from the description. It's like really big number, really low effort. Ah, super, yeah, cool. I'll have a bit of that. Sure, no problem. But the reality is that it's an absolute chore. Absolute chore fiesta. Farming herbs, stones, and lumber in the first week with a 5 druid multi-box will be crazy for sure. What, at the beginning of midnight? If you're multi-box farming herbs and ore in midnight zones, that will be a really, really good way to get banned incredibly quickly. You can get away with doing it for farming lumber sort of now at the moment because you're hiding in the arse end of nowhere. The amount of false reports you'll get at expansion launch if you're flying around on 5 druids, your accounts ain't gonna last a week. I wouldn't recommend. Still one of the highest gold per hour things you can do. Probably only the auction house is better. Yeah, I'm not denying concentration alt army stuff doesn't make people a lot of gold, but it doesn't exclude the fact that you, for every single additional character you add onto the pile, you are not adding any form of like efficiency gain or nothing. The only slight efficiency gain is like if they're all on the same account and they can all pull materials from the war bank, for example. But if you were to try and do any sort of efficiency gain by doing it on 2 accounts or 3 accounts or something like that, you then start having to realize that, well, you then need materials on each individual character, or you need to be shuffling around warband. It all gets horrible, messy. You're just as efficient doing 10 concentration alts as you are doing 100. the person doing 100 spends 10 times the time doing it, and so yeah, no shit, they make 10 times the gold. It's as close to farming without actually being farming. Doing auction house stuff and then even doing multi-realm auction house stuff, your efficiency does start to stack up, because it's nearly as quick to relist 50 items as it is to list 10 items. So, you know, the efficiency does stack when you do auction house stuff, which is why I've always sort of focused more towards it. Crafting's my baby. I've always enjoyed crafting in this game. I love figuring out all the different crafting mini games and, you know, optimizations and that sort of stuff. But from an actual building something that, you know, what more can you add onto the pile, that what is work, you know, what can you do to build something that is creates something more than the sum of its parts? Concentration is just like, oh, I'll do 3 hours of overtime at McDonald's. You know, yeah, you get paid for 3 hours more, but you've done 3 hours more work. There's no efficiency gain. I guess Chromie time won't be available, right? Not for midnight stuff, no, because it'll be current expansion endgame. I mean, like I said, there are ways and means which you can pick some arse end of nowhere low level realm and get yourself sharded and this sort of stuff, but I would not recommend anybody at the beginning of an expansion multi-box herbing and mining in current, like I just wouldn't recommend it. Sure, there are things you can do to hide in the shadows, and sure, technically you're not actually doing anything wrong, but that is not going to prevent people spotting you in the wild and right-click reporting you for being a bot all day long. And with an automated system that Blizzard has to ban you once you get enough false flags, not worth the risk. Genuinely not worth the risk. I mean, yeah, Chromie time will work, but it will also put you in the exact same phase as everybody else leveling with Chromie time. So it's not a way to completely hide yourself, yeah. I would go as far as to say the only legitimate way to do any sort of multi-boxing for herbing and mining would actually be to hive mind it. Because at least you fly around and you just look like one thing. But setting that up is also a chore. Don't tell them. Sorry. I had that with making all gold world quests. It was 10k in 20 minutes. Then I realized that 20 Tauren are enough. Life is too short for that. Yeah. I mean, most farming in general is a direct trade of your time for some quantity of gold. Now, where you optimize that is what everybody naturally beelines towards, which is what's the best farm today? Like, what's the best thing I can go and farm? What things? What can I do with my hour that can net me the most valuable stuff? And people just chase whatever, you know, they chase the high of whatever is the, you know, the best farm of the day. People understand the concept that they're directly trading their time for money at that point. But this is where things like concentration come along, and the reality is that they kind of function exactly the same. They're just it's just not as so blatantly obvious to people that that is actually what they're doing. People are like, "Oh, well, yeah, I'm crafting, and it only takes me 2 minutes a character," but you're still, yeah, like I said, the unless you can add more onto your pile and gain an efficiency boost from doing it, you're not really scaling. You're just working harder. That is the definition of work harder, not smarter. You know what I mean? And the point is if you're able to work hard enough in 3 or 4 hours to make enough gold to be happy with the amount of gold that you have, then you have no need to do anything bigger or shinier or fancier or smarter. Even players of some famous farmer guilds, which I'd expect know how to make more farming efficient, have told me doing illegal multi-boxing. Yeah. Multi-boxing has this stigma attached to it. Before any form of policy change, it was always clearest day that people didn't like others doing it. But ever since there was a policy change, that really tipped the scale for many people who will just like instantly. The people now will just instantly report anybody they see doing any sort of multi-boxing. Um, not because, you know, not because it's not actually allowed to do, but because they just don't like it, and it's been deemed by Blizzard as very, very close to botting, hence why they had to put more restrictions in place to it. That's enough justification for some people to just report you, on site. By telling them it's following druids and still got told still illegal. Yeah, exactly. If you believe in any way, shape, or form you can change somebody's mind on something, you're doing it wrong. You're genuinely doing it wrong, which is 100% of the reason why I do not recommend anybody do it. I don't care whether it's within the rules, within the terms and conditions. The fact is, there is enough people out there that don't like you doing it that it puts your entire account at risk. Because also Blizzard's customer service is so poor on this. Like, I will never recommend people do it on the basis of the fact that it's playing with fire. If you play with fire for long enough, you'll get burnt. And the fact is like even legitimate people doing multi-boxing end up making themselves look like bots because they will be druids and they will keybind stealth or they'll keybind log out, which are all ways to quickly disappear from sight, which in and of itself looks kind of hella sus. Even though you're taking precautions to make sure that people can't come and like falsely right click report you, it still makes you look just as sus as an actual bot. So it's, even in that regard, it's kind of problematic. Even if you try and protect yourself, I just don't recommend people do it. Look at all these undercuts, man. Damn. People get their kicks in different ways, though. At the end of the day, it's a video game. If what you're doing is fun, even if it comes with some risk of losing your account, some people value the fun they have until the point they get banned more worth it than being overly cautious, you know. And some people are stupid. So there's lots of variables at play. Some people ride motorbikes, right? You know. Somebody has to start the bell curve. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Right, how many more of these have we got? How far we got? Not far enough. Because I'm trying to relist a bunch of auctions and I'm too busy chatting to you guys. I'm not paying half as much attention to what I'm doing. Now I have all the zones to myself thanks to some phasing, but I probably would have more of a concern if my account was actually owned with time sunken into collections and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I look at it from somebody who's had multiple of my accounts for like, well, my main account is over 20 years old. My second account is also about 18 years old. So like, there's I've a lot to lose by doing something stupid. So I try not to. And will usually suggest other people don't do stupid things as well. If you've only played the game for 5 minutes, then you do as you please. So many pets on some of these realms. And pretty spicy prices on some of these pets and all. Simply because I appear to be the only one selling it on certain realms. Not on the sofa. Alma's looking at me as if to say, can I go on the sofa? Been trying to teach her that dogs don't go on sofas. It's easier said than done when she really likes to curl up on the sofa in a ball and go to sleep. But she also really likes to piss on the sofa. So, yes, I'm talking about you. Yes. This one. You might just be able to notice that 2 of the sofa pillows are not on the sofa properly right now. That's due to recent accidents that shouldn't have happened. No, don't go wake Solo up. Alma, Solo snores. He was snoring a minute ago. Lambs. Like, well, if I'm not allowed on the sofa, I'm going to go pester my brother. I'm going to go chew my brother's face off. Lick the plaque from his teeth. I probably Probably should take these pair for a proper walk. It's dinner time in about an hour. Probably why they're waking up again. Bit of dog piss is not too bad though. A couple of days too used to the smell. No. Glad you think like that, but no. In all honesty, I would not have bought a new sofa about 12 months ago if I realised I was going to then also buy 2 new puppies. Those two decisions, when paired together, were not good ones. Should have really kept the old sofa, got the puppies, then thrown the old sofa out and bought the new one. But, you know, plans change. Pets and sofas don't match well. We have 2 cats. Cats 1. This is one of the reasons I don't particularly like cats. It's not fair to say I don't like cats. I love a good cat. Like, I just wouldn't have them. Simply because dogs are part of the family and dogs live in your house. Cats, they're not really part of your family. You feed them and you live in their house. It's kind of the vibe I've got of every cat ever. Which was would be a power shift I'm not willing to introduce into my house. Like, you know, one day I'll wear the trousers in my own house. If I'm going to lose the trouser wearing to anybody, it's going to be to my wife, not to a 4-legged cat. As cute and as fluffy and as adorable as they can be, I don't really want one in my house. What if it has 3 legs? Good theory. I like how you're thinking. I like your thought process. I am my cat's sofa and pillow. Works fine. They're little assholes, but I love them. Take that sentence out of context. There's some 3-legged cats that need homes too, you know. True. Yeah, I noticed this earlier as well. I'm very concerned just how few auctions seem to be on a lot of these flipping realms. Like, dangerously low quantities of items. When I was pretty sure on most of my characters I was up to at least 30 or 40 items per realm. Which is not huge amounts by any means, but it's more than the 5 that is turning up here. It's very much concerning me that a mailbox monster kind of event has happened, but I can't prove it. It's also hard to report when you can't prove it. Isn't that good? It means that they're selling. No, I don't feel as if I'm missing auctions because I've sold them. I feel as if I'm missing auctions because my mailboxes are oddly empty. Where I would have expected a bunch of expireds. Oh, we are posting like no decor on this realm. Well, I needed to log in to relist the other auctions anyway. I need to speak to a few more people who I know are big cross-realm flippers. See if they've had similar vibes. Thing is if you're rich enough to really not notice, you're kind of in the 1%. Well, yeah. If I lost a mailbox or two, I probably, wouldn't be the end of the world. Maybe it's the game's way of pruning my inventory. They were still in the mailboxes. If they were still in the mailboxes, it means they hadn't sold. If they hadn't sold, it means it not that much of a loss anyway, surely. 130k? Oh shit! Somebody's been on a somebody's been and bought some stuff. Hey, a beanbag chair! Yay, we finally sold a stupid beanbag chair. How's it going flipping items which are in free fall price since lumber's worthless in the long term? So far it's not been too bad. I'm doing about 1 million gold a day in just sales of Decor stuff. The advantage is that while it is in free fall, if you can ride the wave down, you end up still selling things for 3 or 4 times the price you paid for them. That covers the cost of the things you don't sell. Also sort of covers the cost of the things that are slowly dropping in price anyway. I definitely don't think we've hit a bottom price point, not by a long shot yet, but it is still, by your standards at least, incredibly risky items though still. These are not the buy them for 1 silver, sell them for 6 months later for 100k kind of sales. Is the race to the bottom for Decor happening too soon, or is the downward slope as expected? There's part of me that's kind of surprised that it's still this buoyant, honestly. For starters, wasn't really expecting the price of lumber to peak at over 1,000 gold anyway. And even with it being over 1,000 gold, I was very, very much expecting that to be like a 1 or 2 day first to market hype phase. I think something that's sort of important to remember is that most people aren't really dealing with TSM particularly well and are just putting a fixed price for the lumber in TSM. Nobody is really willing to drop the price of their stuff yet too much, it seems, which would be an indication that enough of it is still selling, even if you have to play the cancel scan game. for the farmers, the people who are pushing a lot of lumber, to not really feel like they need to drop their prices. So it's kind of hard to tell where the market's sat right now, but God's honest truth, I never expected it to be this lucrative in the first place. The fact that a week in it's still pretty damn good pricing is already slightly surprising. So I'm generally quite positive, even though the very long-term value of lumber is basically zero, as it will be collected as a byproduct of farming and selling something else eventually. Soon as it switches from being the thing you farm to the byproduct of the thing you farm, it will spiral to zero very quickly. Even flipping past expansion herbs selling for 8 gold a piece right now is still bananas, especially with how gross it is to make the dyes. I jumped into Elon's stream. Alma, off the sofa. Off the sofa. I jumped into Elon's stream a little bit yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And he was standing at the ink crafter, crafting inks, like, hating his life. I think he did it for about half an hour and was like, fuck this. It's, no way am I AFK crafting. He'd bought a whole bunch of herbs and has clearly bought significantly more than he'd accounted for regarding processing. If you stocked up a bunch of herbs, just slam them on the auction house, sell them to some other poor sucker to turn them into inks. Far too much like hard work. Well, the problem is it's not hard work at all. It's just completely AFKable. But that means in the short term, it's painfully annoying to do for most people. How much inventory value, DB region sale do I have for Decor? Well, I've been buying things when I've spotted them cheap. I've pretty much basically never paid above like 60% market price. And I'd spent about 4 million. So I'd guess even at DB region sale average, my inventory's worth about 8 to 10 million right now across the servers. And for the last 2 days in a row, I've sold an average of 1 million gold a day of that stock. That's stock value at DB region sale average. Now, obviously, when I sell it, I'm selling it above that. So I don't really know. I don't know if TSM tracks particularly well across all the servers. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? I haven't trusted TSM's ledger for a long time. What's going on here? 1,820 abyssal fragments. They do exist, but they definitely don't exist 91 times that many. Yeah, this is why I don't trust TSM's inventory stuff at all anymore. Apparently I've got 32,000 Decor somewhere. Where does it claim I've got all of that? 27,000 gold of it in a multiplication of the guild. Okay, yeah, I don't know is the easy answer. Now that the Undermined Journal is working, did a quick scan of the high-value decor. Only 2 items holding over 30k, the ones with the pricey vendor mats. Well, the interesting thing about decor is that the high-value stuff has dropped the hardest, the quickest. It was only high value because it was like 40, 50 pieces of lumber each. Then it was making something like a bed, an item that people are buying like one of, maybe ever. The best market for decor so far seems to have been sort of more decorative items, if that makes sense. So, you know, your candles and your plushies and your sort of smaller, more trinkety kind of items have done way better for me personally so far. But also on top of that, they're clearly the items that people are making a lot more of because people are looking at things like sell rate and they're seeing plushies with like a 20% sell rate and they're going out and they're making 50 of the damn things. So the supply on them is a lot higher as well. But you'll have people come along and they'll buy like 20 fences in one go, where somebody's only ever going to buy like one bed, realistically. So the high value stuff has definitely crashed further faster, but the like mid tier stuff is kind of holding out quite well. Visited somebody's house the other day and they very clearly had a sex bed and a sleep bed in the same room. Wow, okay. Sure. Was that on was that on Moonguard, was it? TSM hallucinates more than LLMs, yeah. Yeah, I've unfortunately, once upon a time it was incredible. But TSM's had this weird multiplication issue of inventory for a while that I can't seem to figure out how to fix. And on top of that, there was a long period of time where it just did not track your sales properly, which is why I use Journalator now. Why I've chosen to switch to Journalator to do any sort of tracking of anything, because I can't trust TSM as far as I can throw it. It's one of those things about data. Like, incomplete data is worse than no data, in my opinion. And so as soon as TSM was like magically missing random things, I was like, right, well, I can't trust you for anything now. So I just switched to Journalator entirely. So far, I've not had a reason to not trust Journalator, other than the fact if you dare to press like view all, it can crash your entire thing because the database gets pretty big. You're on the sofa again, Doug. What are you doing? You can wiggle your butt all you like. Come on, get down. Off the sofa. Go. Overworking, by the way, not really complaining. Oh, I'm just trying to get to a convenient point to stop, if I'm honest. Yes, I have accidentally ended up streaming much more than I normally would do, but it is a Wednesday, it's a reset day. I sort of signed myself up for a slightly bigger stream. I either do 2 streams or on a Wednesday or a little bit of a longer stream is my usual routine. It's helped by today I've only got 2 dogs to keep my eyes on instead of 4. I've got 4 more realms to quickly post and do a cancel scan on, but then that probably will be time for me to go get some food. That's good to know the Undermine Journal's working again, though. I wonder if it's still been racking up data in the background, even when it's not been publicly visible. I would hope so. I hope there isn't, like, the first week of Decor would be interesting data to look at. Hope we can poke around a bit. Aurorus needs to add a category for housing, though, to make it easy to deal with. Poke him later, see if he's on it. Token price is flatlined. Is it hovering at like? It's got to be hovering at like 400k, right? EU price. 396. It's a psychological barrier though. 400 is such a big milestone number. The second it dips below it, a bunch of people convert their gold because it's been as high as 450 recently in the EU. But at the same time, when it dips below 400, people are more likely to, oh, I'll wait till tomorrow to buy my gold kind of thing. Oh, you meant on the Undermine exchange? Does it even track the gold price on there? 779 on Remix. Now I'm done. Oh, you did actually spend a few hours doing it, did you? I will not be doing. If I do it, I'll do it accidentally. If I'm leveling some more alts or something, if I accidentally gain some item levels, sure, but I'm not putting in any conservative effort to do it. Although it will feel weird if I finish Remix not even max item level. Blizzard knows what the fuck they're doing with that, don't they? They know they're going to irritate people into doing it anyway. Puppies, what are you doing? Don't be nomming on my speakers. Yeah, these two are awake. These two need to go for a walk. $400 is close enough to 500 to trigger the do I really want to spend 4 million on tokens thought train. The fact that we've not seen a 500k token in the EU is actually baffling. I mean, I'm very glad we haven't. But it's, I've thought on a few occasions in the last expansion or two, we'd hit a 500k token. Then something's always turned up to, like, you know, crash it down a bit. Really don't want to see a 500,000 gold token though. That's pretty wild. Is it incoming with midnight? I don't think so. Decor is one of the very few events in a WoW expansion cycle that drives people to buy tokens with their credit card, which obviously pushes the price of the token down. This, for something like that, for people to be incentivized to buy gold this later in an expansion is actually very, very rare. Usually we're just watching the damn thing go up and up and up and up and up until the expansion launch, and then they'll release a flipping long boy in the store and we get an even bigger spike and it's just like, oh god, where's it going to end? But at least this time, Decor is kind of like, you know, a bit of downward pressure on the token price. As all of the casual Andes are out there buying a token or two to spend on building a house all of a sudden. Decor is the WoW NFTs. I mean, if they were item tracked in any way, yeah. We when NFTs were like a big craze and people were spending stupid money on pictures of monkeys, there was part of me for a while that did wonder if WoW was going to do anything along those lines. Some gaming companies out there did try to crowbar NFTs into their games, some more successfully than others. And there was a point where I did speculate pretty hard whether Blizzard would consider doing anything like that. Starting to sound like it might be time to head outside. Yes, these pair are wrestling. And they don't wrestle quietly sometimes. They're not they're not trying to be quiet. Oh, hello, focus. I don't know why it's totally not focused. Focus, stupid camera. Okay, it doesn't want to focus. There we go. Stupid old Logitech webcam not focusing. Yeah, they're clearly very awake now. I do need to stop playing video games, don't I? Last 3 realms, I think. Yeah, totally innocent when they've got eyeballs on them. Second the eyeballs turn away, innocence also turns away. Decor is one of those things where they could very much introduce an NFT style thing. Can you imagine if the first, the first 500 guilds to down the mythic boss get a, stat tracked piece of decor statue? We start to that's then tradable on the auction house. You'd start to very quickly venture into those sorts of avenues, wouldn't you? Yeah, Hall of Fame trophies. 1 of 500. Tradable on the auction house. One of 500 Deathwing Claw for your decor or something. Maybe that's what Hearthsteel really is. Crypto. It's not for decor at all. It's all an illusion. Right, last one. Last one. I'm legitimately hungry as well now. Spent far too long looking at an auction house today. I think that sounds wonderful, but there'd be such big backlash from the community just because of the letters N, F, and T. Somebody bought a Valdrakken fence. I wonder how many sales I missed out on, because I bet they didn't buy one. Bet they didn't buy just one. Yeah, World of Warcraft decor could end up sort of we would end up with a CSGO skins kind of situation on our hands. Fucking hell, imagine the position I'd be in to dominate on that one. Christ. There is part of me some days. There is part of me some days that wonders, why do I sit here playing World of Warcraft economy when I could be playing flipping CSGO skins? Right. That, I think, is all of the auctions, all of the realms caught up to date. Or just flipping Bitcoin. Yeah. Yeah, a lot more dangerous. But, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you all for joining today. It was a little bit longer than usual. We took a bit of a pit stop in Remix to see what was going on. Turns out, not interested. I will probably dabble and do a few last little odds and ends in Remix, but I'm certainly not going to like turn it into content, if that makes sense. I will probably just dabble in at my own leisure. Ashes tomorrow. I will contemplate it. I didn't even watch that little trailery thing, did I? I'll have a little look. I don't, like I said, this close to Christmas. What's the? It's the 10th already. I need to bear in mind that on the 20. Oh, what is it? We've only got. Yeah, I'm taking some time off over Christmas because I always do. I physically go away for Christmas, so it's like there's a bunch of days where I'm not even here. I think the week beginning the 22nd, I'm probably taking that entire week because, of course, you've got Christmas in the middle there. It makes sense for me to just take that entire week. We'll probably be back streaming on the 29th, but it means we've got the rest of this week and next week to keep ourselves entertained and busy. Dogs, no barking. Before I take a bit of a week Christmas vacation anyway. Do I want to spend that week getting into a new MMO just before then taking a week off? I don't think I do. I'm not saying I won't look at Ashes. I just don't think I will devote much time to it. Maybe a passing glance. Maybe I'll vicariously watch it and figure it out through others. But my dogs have already seemingly learned that this is how I do my outro. So I gotta go, boys and girls. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go for a dog walk, get me some food, and then yeah, I might play some games a little bit later. Chat to you on Discord. Come say hi on Discord. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.